It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
How's it going, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
We are back. We are live. My apologies for not being here live yesterday. That is my fault.
Oh, you all right?
No, I'm good. We were down at the U.S. Open.
Ooh, tennis boy.
Okay. I'm not a tennis boy.
Can I get a ball, boy?
You are now.
Tennis boy?
I am not a tennis boy. I have raised a tennis girl for the last 4
You kind of
Tennis
dressed like
dad.
it a little bit today.
I've worn this. I've worn this outfit 1,000 times.
Yeah, but it has a
Kinda-
tennis vibe to it now.
You're wearing the same thing.
But I always have a tennis vibe.
And he is a tennis boy. He has played in a tennis league.
I was in a league.
with
no
other
big
tennis
deal.
boys, the Tennis Boy League of America. Yeah, we were down in New York. My daughter got the opportunity, after 4 months of tennis lessons, the place where she takes tennis lessons won a lottery to go hit balls at the U.S. Open yesterday.
That's amazing.
She had the time of
What
her
an
life.
opportunity.
It was great. And, listen, man, I'm not a tennis person. I have tried for the sake of my daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I have determined I will never be a tennis person.
Yeah.
But as a sports fan and someone who has been all over going to sporting events, it was a hell of an experience.
You said you had a great time?
I mean, if I had the opportunity to go back, I would go. Probably not going to happen based on how much it costs to get into the U.S. Open.
Well, you can check it off and say you did it.
Wait,
yes.
it's open. I thought it was free.
So actually, it is free
Some of
on
it.
the weekend before.
You wanted to look at an empty court?
So I guess they have legends of tennis. I wish somebody
Oh.
would have told me this before I spent the money on the 2 tickets I had to buy.
Yeah.
But they have legends of tennis that you can watch it on TV. They'll do doubles matches with microphones on. They're working the room like it's Vegas with tennis rackets.
But it's free.
Yeah, totally free.
Like if you just walk in and watch.
Yeah. I guess they had 200,000 people walk through on Sunday.
Jesus Christ.
It's very
man.
popular. I don't know if you've ever heard of the U.S. Open.
Yeah, I guess it's catching on.
But as part of going down there, we decided to make a weekend out of New York. I got my girls, and New York for a kid is always exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's talk about relationships
Oh, sure.
and who leads who in the world. Because you, like me, have just fallen to the point where whatever our wives tell us to do, we're going to do, right?
Yeah.
And I
They're
think
called marching orders.
Yeah. And I think most men who have stayed married for a long amount of time have understood, just whatever you want to do, we'll do it. And this whole trip, the planning of the trip was whatever you want to do, we'll do it. I literally told my wife, as long as we make it to the Open for Claire, my youngest,
Yeah.
I don't care. I just want to go to the Ghostbusters house. We'll talk about that in a second. So we get there early Saturday morning.
All right.
So we're in the city. We took the 5 o'clock flight. We are in the city at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Fantastic.
Dropped off our bags, and we're staying around the corner from the World Trade Center. So the movie where they filmed, the Firehouse where they filmed Ghostbusters is a 30-minute walk from our
Like
hotel.
the actual firehouse in the movie.
You got it. And they still have the Ghostbusters sign. It's a working firehouse,
Okay.
but they kept the Ghostbusters sign out there, and they also sell New York FDNY Ghostbusters merchandise.
Okay.
And I really wanted a T-shirt, which I think I'm going to wear tomorrow. That being said, it's a 30-minute walk. I go, honey, just follow me. We'll go down there, and on the way back, we can go through the neighborhoods the girls will want to see. It'll be a really fun experience. Get to see New York a little bit. All right. So my wife pulls out her phone to get directions, and I go, no need.
Hey.
You are like me, and I think most men have pretty good sense of direction,
Yeah.
right? We traveled for a living. If you were to drop us back in the cities we've been to before, give us 10 minutes, and we got our bearings.
I think so.
Okay. So we start walking. And the entire time, I knew exactly where I'm going,
All right.
and my wife is telling me that I don't.
Right.
Okay. And we get to where we're going. And my wife is getting legitimately frustrated with me, despite the fact that she has no idea where we're going or what we're talking about. Right? She's just telling me I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's funny because we get to exactly where we're supposed to be. And all of a sudden it's like, oh, you found it. Oh, look at you. Look at the good thing that you
Look
did.
at that,
It
man.
was great. We saw the Ghostbusters Firehouse. It was super cool. And I got a T-shirt. And it was really great. It was, shut up. It was cool.
No,
Shut up.
it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see all the stuff you bought.
I bought so much stuff.
It's going to be a week of Ghostbusters gear.
Yeah, well. So then we're going to head back towards the hotel, but you got to walk through Tribeca and Soho to get there.
All the hipsters.
You got it. But I figured the kids will love it, right?
Yeah.
So I go, okay, we're going this way. No, you're going to go this way. I go, no, I'm telling you, I've been here before. I was broke. I couldn't take cabs in New York City, so I had to walk everywhere. No, I got to go. Trust me. Follow me. No, I don't think we got it. Oh, you made it again. You did it again. The entire weekend in New York, walking around. I knew where I was going. I had a plan. I worked that plan. I got us to where we had to be every time in the most efficient way. And every single moment of every trip we were taking, my wife was continually telling me, no.
That's why vacations are nothing but a huge, expensive ball of stress.
Agreed. Agreed. But here's what I don't understand.
What's that?
I am willing to give you everything else. The love of my life. We can do what you want. We can go where you want to go. I just know how to get there.
Yeah.
Let me navigate.
Yes. Like, I will get us there in the fastest, most efficient way. Just let me do my thing, and you can have everything else. And you know what? Not even that.
Nope. They want it all, buddy.
I mean,
put it all in the bag.
Why would your...
It's like a bank robbery. I want every nickel and dime out of that register. Put it all in there.
But, like, what I'm doing, what we do... is to save stress down the road. Because if I would have let my wife control, like, first of all, it's not a good look when you're in New York City with your phone in front of your face with the maps up going, I think we go this way.
No,
like,
I think those are real New Yorkers.
You're trying not to be embarrassing. You're trying to look like you fit in.
I don't even care about embarrassing. Why not
I'm
just
a local.
Yes, tattoo
with his
Rob me.
Ghostbusters T-shirt on. With the tag still hanging off the back.
A lot of guys wear FDNY t-shirts. That's how you know they're actual locals. But, like, why not just tattoo Rob me on your forehead, right? Like, let's be a little discreet here so we don't get stuck. Wow, a card game on the street. We could win money right here. Let's do it. All you got to do is pick which shell the marble's under, and you win $20.
What?
Why don't they let us do it?
They don't want to let us do anything, man. Because you think about it, you're both control freaks, right? In a relationship, and it's a tug of war. Who's going to get pulled over?
Kimmy, do you let your husband handle stuff like this?
Yeah, because I am just I just don't like to think about it. Like, I will lead me where we are going.
But,
because I'm also terrible with directions, so you go for it. Unless it's somewhere I've been before, usually he'll he will let me help. But other than that, like, if we're going somewhere neither of us have been before, just you go for it.
I do remember, like, when traveling with other comics, sometimes you had to ride together and stuff. Potheads were the easiest guys to ride with.
It's a great call.
And you being a pothead, that would work out.
No, I'm fine with just being led, because even if we get lost, well, he'll figure it out.
It's also amazing. I saw this really firsthand.
What's
how
that?
influenceable young kids are.
Like with your kids, you're saying?
So we're walking through like the trendy shopping neighborhoods of New York.
Yeah.
And like the way I remembered it back in the day, and I'm gonna sound like an old man. Like, it used to be like little independent like clothing stores.
Yeah, mom and pop
yeah,
joints.
Yeah.
Like hippie joints.
It ain't that way no more.
Yeah.
Right? Like these places, it's all like high end. Like
So it's big corporations that bought it all out.
Bingo, like places you would see in the mall, just like big New York style stuff, right? And my girls would see like a woman that they thought was cool walking down the street in some like outfit, and then they'd be like, oh, I got to get those pants. And they would try to buy those pants like in that moment. Right, like they were going to the store. Like, I'm like, no, you literally just saw this 15 seconds ago. Just because that woman's wearing it doesn't mean it's like, yeah, but it looks cool. You don't understand style, Dad. Like, you just saw it.
Well, you really don't. You're wearing a Ghostbusters T-shirt again.
Okay, first of all,
Can't make a fashion statement with that.
but like in an instant, my daughter's, oh, that's cool. I want that. And no, we're not going to get. I've wanted this my whole last 15 seconds.
So you had a good time.
Oh, it was great. No, that's just it. I did.
Yeah.
I did have a good time. And it was nothing but stress from the moment we landed to the moment we got back at 7:30 last night. The entire time. Like, we landed at 6:30 in the morning on Saturday. We got home last night at 7:30. We had to go from the financial district in New York out to Queens to get to the U.S. Open, back to our hotel, out to LaGuardia, back where it was just bananas, right?
All in one day.
Jam-packed day.
Yes, that was just Sunday, or just Monday. It was, 90 degrees in the city, hot town.
I love that. The New York smells so good when it's 90 degrees with all those restaurants.
But like,
I feel like you're eating that hot air.
Oh, yeah. And the sewers. Nothing like good New York sewer smell.
But it was fun. And I guess my fun gauge has been
Yeah. Well, it's been beaten out of you.
That's what it is. Because like 20 years ago, like single me, you told me that experience. It's not fun.
No.
It sucks.
Yeah.
But I had so much fun. And the whole time, I was just on my, like, the last nerve. I'm literally like, bing, bing, bing.
It's because we've been brainwashed. We've been brainwashed to think this is fun.
So I'm making fun of my daughter for the pants thing, and I am my daughter.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Well, no, I'm saying, like, I want those pants. Those are really cool.
Yeah.
You just saw them. We've been brainwashed. We're that same thing.
Yes.
We're having fun right now.
This is a good time.
The other thing, too, like, my wife,
Get it all out. She's not awake yet.
She might be, but it's okay.
Yeah,
She can't hurt me here. She's the most touristy person ever, and I love her. I get it, right? But
well, does she? I mean, is she doing it though because your daughters? I mean, like she wants your daughters to see all the touristy stuff.
It's not so much seeing touristy things. 'Cause I don't mind going to we went down to the World Trade Center Memorial, and that was nice, right? And we went.
I mean, all the landmarks.
There are certain like staples you got to see at least once. Right?
I mean, what she wants to do, what she thinks people in the city that she's in do, and if you know about it, they don't do it.
Yeah.
So she wanted to stand in line to get a piece of pizza at this place around the corner. And I'm not going to argue. Yeah, of course. Let's go stand in line.
Is it like a famous joint?
They're all famous.
Sinatra had a piece here. Also over there and over there.
No, but that's just it. Every pizza place you walk into, they got a wall full of celebrities because you just walk into a pizza place. There's a place right next to our hotel, literally within feet of walking, no line.
Yeah.
Go get a piece of pizza. It's the same pizza as that place down there. We had to walk 3 blocks to go stand in line for 30 minutes to get pizza because the line was longer there. And then my wife said, well, that's where the good pizza is.
Oh, delicious.
By the way, everybody in that line's got T-shirts from different cities. They're all tourists.
Yeah.
They're all tourists. Somebody on Yelp said this was the best place to go, so that's why they decided to go. It's it's so embarrassing.
Yeah. Well, that's what you got to do, right?
Gotta get some New York cheesecake. Do you? You ever have a cheesecake? Done.
It was like walking around cheesecake.
Well, look,
Street cheese.
I'm fine with street cheesecake.
Street cake. So when I used to go down there with my aunt, who she lived there her whole life, she wouldn't let me eat at any of those food carts.
I kind of get that.
She goes, "Oh, they're disgusting.
I mean,
they're rat infested." Everybody would be dead. The guy would be out of business. He's been there for 40
has anybody
years.
checked on that guy?
He's been there 40 years selling hot dogs. I think the hot dog is fine.
Have you ever seen him eat a hot dog though?
Well, what pissed me off was every once I get those chestnuts they sell in those little bag.
Yeah.
Those smell so good.
Yeah.
So I was like, it was like crack to me. I had to have them, man. And she's like, no, rats run all over them at night. Rats at night juggle them and back in the cart.
Like they don't at the restaurants you're eating at anyways.
It's funny you bring up the chestnuts. We went to Washington Square Park Sunday.
That used to be like hippie central.
It is. It still is. So they had but there was a salsa band playing. My wife's in salsa. She wanted to go dance, right? But they got all the food carts there, and you brought up the cashews.
Yeah.
Right? So I love them too. Yeah. Right. So he's got the big umbrella over his stand. So I walk up. I'm like, hey man, can I get a bag of nuts? And he looks at me, nods, and he goes away for a second. Behind his cart, he comes back. He hands me a pretzel. I go, no, I need nuts. He goes, no nuts, pretzel.
But he says nuts, right?
I go, no, I'm pointing towards the umbrella. I go, nuts. He goes, no, I have no nuts. You pretzel.
I have no nuts today.
Yeah. And I bought the pretzel.
Well, he already handed it out.
He sold. I hadn't touched the pretzel, but I'm like, I really wanted the nuts.
I mean, if somebody hands me a pretzel, I'm probably just going to eat it.
It wasn't a free pretzel. I paid for said
paid pretzel prices.
Well, I was such a sucker. I'm just like, all right, fine.
It's $8 and they throw it at you.
But I've never. It was like the most low pressure sales situation I've been in. You take pretzel. No, I don't want it. You take pretzel. Yeah, but I don't. Okay, fine. Give me the pretzel. It's a great pretzel.
Yeah.
Glad I did. I still feel stupid.
All right.
We have a dynamite. Just let us choose the way. Kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, where are they whining?
Well, finally, you got it.
Hey.
Man, 2 years.
Well, I was off. I'm off.
Kimmy's got her post from the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud, removing street names and town references. Everyone that can hear us, we're going to listen.
Have to listen.
Because there are little clues along the way. And we're going to figure out where they whine. It's just after 9 o'clock, so set your phone alarm or hang with us. I mean, what are you going to do? Buy pretzel nuts? Plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
This is the greatest thing in the world for people that don't want to go to the gym.
Oh.
At least people that
don't want to work out.
No,
just don't want to go to the gym.
Oh no, it's actually this specific gym on this specific day because I mean, look, we've all had those days. If you've tried to lose a little weight, I just don't want. I just need a reason to not go.
Yeah,
and this would be reason enough above all. We'll tell you what happened out in Chi-Land. We'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We've all been there, Tommy.
What happened?
Got to lose a little weight.
Oh, yeah.
Part
Chub
of that,
up.
Yeah, part of that is working out. So maybe you join a gym. Maybe you got a workout routine you're doing. But the last thing you want to do that day is that.
Oh, yeah.
And you were looking for any reason to not have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what?
What happened?
Here's your sign. You're hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, this food was taking Rochester by storm.
Oh.
And here's the thing. It's still everywhere. But one of the most popular joints only has one location left in Rochester.
Wait, they're not going well for them? Or
Well, that's just it, Tommy.
what?
Is this the end of this food revolution, or is it the end of this specific business?
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Sunday, 1:30 in the afternoon, Chi-Li, New York.
What happened?
A car crushed the outside wall of a gym. So, Kimmy, you saw the pictures.
Yeah.
It looks like it crumbled. So the wall crumbled.
Wall crumbled.
wow.
They had to like make sure it was structurally safe.
You got
yeah.
it. And it was in the workout area where people
Yeah.
were working out. So the good news,
What's the good news?
no one was hurt.
All right.
But there is a current investigation going to see how this person behind the wheel of the car ended up
Yeah.
in the building.
Yeah.
Okay. This incident in Chi-Li is a great way to find out how committed you are to going to the gym.
Yeah, true.
Because if you're someone who got to the gym, saw this, and still tried to get their workout in, congratulations, that weight loss you're doing, you're going to be successful.
You're obsessed.
Yeah. But if you are like most everyone else, the car in the gym was a sign from God to turn around, go home, and not work out
Wouldn't
that
take
day.
much for me.
That's Sunday. Relax.
Look at one of the walls is kind of gone, so I'm out.
I mean, as much as this sucks for the gym owner, this is a godsend to a bunch of people who were dreading getting on that
Or
elliptical
like
machine.
looking
that day.
for an excuse to have a lazy day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, I don't.
It's a message.
Oh, car. Like, it is amazing.
Ah, darn it. You know, it was leg day, and it's right next to the leg machine. So.
Are you walking in that gym if the car hit the gym?
Yeah, I'm probably bailing.
You're out?
Yeah, I'm out.
Kimmy, you already admitted you're out.
Oh, yeah. It doesn't take much. If I walk in the gym and, like, every machine that I want to use is already being taken, I'll leave.
Wait, you're already at the gym and you'll go home?
Doesn't take much for me.
Well, I'll take the dog for a walk.
Yeah,
Good
I'll
enough.
think, like, oh, I'll do something at home, and then I don't do that either.
Okay. So I guess there are three kinds of people, right? There are people who will show up at the gym, see that it's been smashed, or people that'll show up at the gym, go home if it's not working for them. People that won't go to the gym in the first place, and the people, no matter what, once I'm there,
So
I'm
you're
going.
gym rat.
Yes. But it seems weird to me, Kimmy, for you to put on the stuff you got to wear to
no,
work
I know.
out.
Usually,
Get
like, when
in
I
the car.
put on the workout gear, usually I'm all in now. I'm committed. But it wouldn't take much to go wrong for me to change my mind.
If you're already there, why would you not just do it?
I don't know.
But you're committed.
Okay,
Yeah.
no, I'm not trying to sound like that guy. Yeah,
Because
look,
here's
Kinda
the
sound
problem
like that
too.
guy.
Because once you get there and something like that happens, it's not going to be a quick gym trip because everybody that's there is going to want to tell you what happened. They're going to want to tell you their theories. You know what I mean?
I love when
Like,
you're not
it's
even
gonna
working
be-
out at this gym and you're already coming up with reasons to not go to this gym.
Exactly. But you know, like every gym has like the guy that talks to everybody, right? And he's probably a nice guy, but you also just want him to shut up sometimes.
Sure.
That guy's going to be on like full
Alert.
gym bro alert.
Gym bro.
Oh, you're
Yeah.
talking about Tommy's brother.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That would be my brother completely.
Like he'd have to go around to strangers that he's never talked to just to let them know, hey, did you see what happened over here? I heard.
Tommy's brother just signed up for membership at this gym in Chi-Li to talk about what happened at this gym in Chi-Li. No, I would think the hardest part of going to the gym is getting to the gym. Like,
All
once
right.
you're there, okay, like, we're going to do this thing. So I would think, I don't know, wouldn't you be more frustrated that you got there? Like, you made it to the parking lot and the car has smashed the building, then being excited that you don't have to work out that day?
No.
Okay.
I think I'd be more relieved.
And it might be how long you've already are into this like fitness journey. Like if you just started, you know what I mean? You're
Yeah.
like, yeah. I mean, let's say you're into it, you've lost 10 pounds.
Yeah.
You may be more committed to it.
Okay.
But if I've been doing it 2 weeks, I ain't seeing nothing yet. I'm going to Salvador's.
Well, you're not gonna
Salvador's.
You're going to see some 2 weeks in. Be
You know,
reasonable.
but if it catches me at the wrong time in my fitness journey.
Okay. All right. All right, talking about this car that smashed into a gym in Chi-Li 1:30 on Sunday. If you have a spouse,
Yeah.
because like one of the most important parts about losing weight or getting in better shape or trying the diet thing is having someone to support you. Do you tell them that you worked out that day, Or do you admit that the gym was hit by a car?
You don't say anything.
You don't say nothing.
Right.
Well, why'd you come back so fast?
Well, no, you don't, though. You would have to go find,
Yeah.
like, in this, like, you can go
Well,
down
if
the
that
street.
was the case, I'd probably just stay at the gym. Because where else are you going to go?
Well, in Shiloh, like, right down the street, there's a Taco Bell. You could sit and pound 5-layer burritos for 45 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Watch stuff on YouTube. Like, that sounds like a pretty good Sunday, too.
Okay.
Car YouTube burrito.
Oh,
Dang.
the day it happened to also makes a difference to your point. Because a Sunday, you're like, that's Sunday. I'm just going to call it a week, right?
I think you can also make an excuse for any day of the week because, like, if I'm
Monday.
leaving,
It's Monday. I'll start tomorrow.
Exactly. Well, any day of the week. I mean, it's just the freedom, right? Like everyone's busy all the time.
Yeah.
If I'm on my way home from work,
You wouldn't be a little more, not obligated, a little bit more motivated to give up on your workout on like a Saturday, Sunday, just because it's the weekend.
It's a weekend.
Yeah.
You partied all night, probably
I
Saturday
deserve
night.
a break.
Yeah, but
you
Monday-
may convince yourself in your head.
Monday, Tuesday. I worked out yesterday. I'm probably going to work out tomorrow. What's one day in the middle of the week? It's like it's not even there. It's like I didn't even notice it. And there is a draw to free time,
Oh, sure.
right? Like, because if I'm on my way home from work and I planned on stopping in the gym on the way home, right? And my wife, girlfriend, husband, boyfriend, whatever, thinks I'm done for an hour, I have a free hour that all of a sudden just presented itself.
Yeah, you keep your mouth shut.
But when's the last time all of a sudden an hour, not you, because every hour is free in your life. Kimmy, when's the last time you had an hour just like present itself where you didn't have something to do?
I mean, you're talking
Also,
to the wrong
yeah, I had the
person.
two people
No,
in the
but I
world.
get it.
No,
You
you
keep-
don't
you
get
keep
it.
your mouth shut.
Shit, you don't get nothing. You get free time. That's what you get, you bitch-ass bitch. Like, I cannot tell you the last time where one day, I was like, oh, here's an hour to yourself that just materialized. Like, I might not go to the gym either. I might go do something else.
What? Pat Duffy skip his workout?
I'm just saying
What?
that freedom, you can't buy that freedom, right? There's no
Freedom
price
isn't
tag.
free, son.
You know who this sucks the most for?
The owner of that gym.
Okay, other than the owner of that
now
gym.
it's empty.
Other than the owner of the
Yeah.
gym. The people that were mid-workout,
Oh.
right?
Because you had to close the joint down.
Yeah, they, like Kimmy said, they were worried about the structural integrity
Yeah.
of the building, so they had to go in and make sure
Yeah.
everything was okay. Like, you had the motivation to go. You got to the gym. You are in it, man. You are doing it. I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
And boom! What do you do now?
Well, I mean, I would think frantically running out of the place is kind of a workout, right?
Like, do you go somewhere else and finish your workout?
If you're one of these
I
idiots
don't
that goes
know.
out in the parking lot and starts doing like laps or something, you're an effing weirdo, man.
Yeah, like I would feel obligated.
Don't
like
you
let's.
What? Like
What,
if you just started like
You're talking to the wrong guy.
doing some kind of like cardio in the parking lot.
All right, I'll say this.
What?
Like, my daughter, she travels for hockey tournaments. I gotta take her.
Yeah.
So, like,
Oh no, you've become that man.
if the gym...
You were not always that man.
If
Oh
the,
no. He was not.
Are you ashamed of yourself?
Yeah, well, look, if the
But you
gym...
work out on vacation,
Well, yeah, well, it's not vacation, honey. Well, yes, I work out on vacation. Yeah.
which I never understood that. Like I don't understand. Like you're on vacation.
Even if I thought I was going, like if I tried, like I packed workout clothes thinking, yeah, I'm gonna cut out some time to get some cardio in, I still probably wouldn't.
Why
do it.
would you?
Those
You're on
clothes would sit at the
vacation.
bottom of my suitcase.
Like the amount of money you're spending to go stand on a treadmill. I don't get it. But go ahead.
No, okay. Like, if the gym is really bad at the hotel that we're staying at for the hockey tournament, I'll, like, bring, like, kettlebells and, like, work out in the parking lot.
You bring
No, you don't
your
work
own
outside.
kettlebell.
What a lunatic.
What am I supposed to do? I know if I stop, if I
What
don't
do
do
you
it, I'm
mean?
going to
What
stop.
are you supposed
What
to
am I
do?
supposed
But
to
you
do?
travel with
Wait, you do,
weights.
Wait, you
Yes.
do kettlebell workouts in the parking
Which
lot
means you
of
had
a
to load
hotel.
those. You had to load those into your car.
Yeah, I figured out a way, like,
It's
where I
amazing
can...
nobody's called the cops on
No
you.
kidding.
Well, I'm not... Sometimes... No, I've never seen anyone else do it. But I know other people have thought of doing
I
it.
would think it was really strange if I drove up to a hotel and there's just a guy swinging a kettlebell
Yes.
around.
What else? I've even figured out a way to buckle them in the back of my seat so they don't fly around in case of emergency. 'Cause, they're pretty heavy.
Oh, very, very good.
pretty
It's like when you see those people like working out at the beach.
What's
Like
the
all of a
problem?
sudden, like they're doing push-ups and they're doing like crunches, like outside at the beach.
Look, I'm not here to judge anybody for not doing
I
it.
gotta get in my scissor kicks.
Yes, you do have to get in your scissor
Oh,
kicks.
yeah.
Because your lower core is very important. Very important.
It'll figure. Let my lower core figure it out for itself.
Look, I mean, it's either that or go find like another gym in the town
Or
and
go
I
on
can't leave. No,
vacation.
it's not vacation. It's a hockey tournament.
Have a cup of coffee.
Shut up.
By the way, how bad could the gym be where you wouldn't use it?
Oh, it's bad. Like, I mean, there are
Like,
some
what
of
do you
them.
mean by what's bad? I guess my question is, what's bad?
I mean, like, it's anyone that travels for a living knows. Like, some hotels, you get like a really nice, like,
some of them are
spacious
smaller,
gym. That's the
but-
problem, though. Like, when there's a bunch of dads and moms like me who will work out at hockey tournaments. So I don't want to be shoulder to shoulder with a bunch of people. They just have like one treadmill that doesn't actually work.
The worst thing I've seen when I have traveled or on vacation are the athletic couple that are down there in the morning, like just getting after it, man, for like 2
you're
hours.
just waking up to get your coffee.
So
and
I
they're-
can't sleep, right? I can't
Yeah.
sleep in, so I'm always up early at a hotel.
Yeah.
So like I'm downstairs trying to find some coffee, and I'll walk by. These people have been in there 2 hours.
That was my wife and I on Sunday.
Your wife ain't working out no 2 hours.
Well, it wasn't 2 hours, but we got an hour in at the gym.
Really?
Yeah.
What do your kids do?
Laugh.
My youngest one came with us. My oldest one kept sleeping.
Oh, wait, she has to watch you work
No,
out.
she wanted to work out too.
All right.
Good for her.
Oh, all of a sudden you don't want to talk no more. What happened? Well, good for her. Motivated.
Well, she's one of the good ones.
So my wife's a psycho then too.
No.
What happened?
No, I understand. Like
try hard, psycho,
she's got to
weirdo.
get de-stress.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this car that blasted into a gym wall Sunday in Chile. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man.
I got a buddy from the gym that while I was there a few years ago, he was doing squats, and he got pinched between the bar and the spot on the rack where you set the bar down. This dude's a beast. He was squatting like 500 pounds.
Wait.
Severed his thumb.
What? He took his thumb off?
Severed his thumb clean off, puddle of blood, and he was more pissed that he couldn't finish his workout than he was about
And that's
losing
not the
digit.
worst part. He was hitchhiking.
Bro, wait, so did you guys have to
Severed thumb.
Did you guys have to like put the thumb on ice and rush him to the hospital?
It wasn't all that rushed, honestly. He kind of grabbed it and was like, I got to call my wife. And then he went and sat up front and waited for a ride from his wife.
Can I ask you another? Was this not the first time he took his thumb off?
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. He was like very nonchalant about it.
All right, well,
So
I mean,
were they able to save his thumb?
I actually never saw him again after that. But
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I guess. Look, that's a sign to change gyms when you take your thumb off in the weight room. Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right, so I'm not as psycho as that guy.
Yeah, okay.
Thumb comes off, I'm going home.
That's a
getting there.
high bar set there.
All right, let's take a break. All right, well, you work out. That's good.
All right.
Well, you got to eat right.
Oh, we got to eat right.
And I think what makes this food so popular the last couple of years in the greater Rochester area is not only is it delicious, it's not going to hurt you real bad.
Okay.
That being said, for all the growth it's had, and you've seen it pop up on every corner in every suburb, this, I guess you could call Cadillac of options, maybe hasn't been going as well.
So why is he tanking?
Well, they had a location near you that closed. They are now closing the location near me. And the question is this the end of this specific restaurant? Or is it the end of this food's revolution?
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. food fads come and go, Tom.
Oh, sure.
Who could forget the chicken sandwich wars of 2019? The cupcake onslaught of 2011. And in recent years, this type of ethnic food has blown the F up in our area. But one of the more popular restaurants, it seems, has hit hard times.
What happened?
Well, we got to figure out, Tommy. Is it them? Or are we, as a community, done with this type of restaurant?
Sick of it.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live. We missed you. Just after 7 o'clock this morning. We know college is expensive.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
I mean, all those parents that have dropped their kids off back at school again, you know what those bills are. So anytime your kid could get free room and board at school.
Well, you got to jump on it, Tonto.
But they say, Tommy, there's no such thing as a free lunch. And we've talked about this on the show before. It is happening in Brighton. And this kid who goes to RIT is living for free in exchange for the time he is giving this group.
All right.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Rachel's Mediterranean, you're familiar.
Oh, yeah. You actually turned me on to them.
I like Rachel's. They showed up in Rochester with a bang.
Weren't they like a big sponsor of the Bills?
Yes, they're a Buffalo thing. They sponsor the Bills. They sponsor the Sabres. In fact, I don't know if it's still the case, but for a while, you could buy Rachel's inside the arena for Sabres games.
Oh.
Right. So they had locations in a bunch of towns, and oh my God, was it popular.
Yeah.
And they kept expanding, and soon the Buffalo-based company had several locations in Rochester, along with Syracuse and Texas. Texas. It was all part, Tommy, of the great Mediterranean food boom.
Oh, yeah.
And overnight, forget Rachel's, it felt like you could get rice and chicken and lamb and salad and olives on every street corner.
In a wrap.
There you go. But good things, they don't always last forever.
Oh, what happened?
Well, Rachel's is currently being sued by a construction company that says they owe them $250,000.
Wow, a little behind, are we?
They've stopped working on a new location in the Buffalo area, and if that was it, that would be bad enough. Last week, it was discovered their Henrietta location has closed permanently. Their Pittsford location closed last year for renovation.
Yeah, and that sign hasn't moved.
Oh.
So they're just taking a really long time to renovate it. Does it seem like that's ever going to open again?
Yeah.
So I'll ask you this question, Tommy.
All right.
As a man who loves just chicken and rice. And
I love me some Mediterranean. I'm a big olive guy.
Yeah, you look like an olive guy.
I love olive.
Bro, like if I saw you walking, I got you pegged as an olive guy
It
immediately.
pisses me off when people go, I don't like olives.
They're disgusting.
Well, no, it's more olives for you, though.
Yeah.
You were the only. I always wonder when I see like a charcuterie board, who are these olives for? It's you.
That little man over there. No, olives are great. Hey, you want a grape, but we dunked it in toilet bowl cleaner for an hour? You want to try that? It's good, huh? Pretty good.
I would try that olive.
Yeah, it's a good thing. Hey, you want to have a little pearl onion, but we gave it to that guy and he kept it underneath his ball sack the whole day? Here's an olive
I would
for
eat
you.
ball onion.
Tommy.
Olive. But
Anything with balls, really.
Yeah.
Is this just a Rachel's problem, or have we seen the peak of the Mediterranean Revolution?
all right, so let me give you my personal experience.
Okay, sure.
Love Rachel's.
Okay.
But every time you got Rachel's, it was different, even if you ordered the same thing.
Saying the
Okay.
consistency.
It wasn't it was the size of the damn thing.
Okay, so
Okay.
he's being kind because I turned him on to Rachel's, and this is my fault. He would go and he would come
We
in.
get those wraps.
Every time he would come in the day after he got Rachel's, it was good. That's different.
was different.
He would come in. He would rant and rave about his.
It was like he
different-
was waiting to rant about it.
Well, because like sometimes you get it, it was big. Sometimes it looked like a spring roll. It was like it was, and everything in between. So the other problem with in Pittsburgh,
yeah.
there was 4 Mediterranean restaurants in the village you could walk to.
My favorite thing about Tommy Muley, and if you watch the live stream, you notice this. When he does numbers, he always adds one more on his hand because he just said 4 and held up 5 fingers. And
Well,
if he does 3, he'll do 4 fingers. It's like whatever he says, 1 extra finger.
It's what I do with your mama.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
So like you could walk to 4 Mediterranean restaurants and 17 gazebos. I don't have enough fingers for that. In the village.
Bro, you know what? $1 million idea. Mediterranean gazebo.
Hold the phone because that could happen.
But you're making 2 different arguments then. So are you saying we have oversaturated Mediterranean, or that this specific restaurant was just not doing it for people?
If there was one that was going to fail out of those, it was going to be Rachel's because they weren't that consistent.
Okay.
It wasn't bad.
Okay.
It just isn't like the same every time. Like when I go to I like that joint Aladdin's.
Yeah.
And I pretty much get the same thing every time, and it's consistent. Like if it was like different every time, I'd bail on it.
This is the most old man thing. Oh, you know what I want when I go to eat? Consistency.
And you know what I want? I want value on my plate. I want consistency in my olives.
Anytime you can eat and pray within 90 minutes.
That's money well spent.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Is this the end of the Mediterranean boom in Rochester, or is this just one restaurant struggling? Because look, Mediterranean is so good, and everybody. What's great about Mediterranean? Everyone can find something they like on the menu. It's one of the few foods where no matter what you like or dislike,
it's pretty simple. And you know what I mean? Like not a lot of sauces or spice to it,
and it's cheap.
Yeah.
Like compared to other foods. Like so, everybody can have some. It's relatively inexpensive, and it's everywhere.
And you usually
now.
get a lot of it when you order it.
And you'll feel like you're on vacation when you eat it. You do.
No, you don't. It's Mediterranean
Because
food.
usually you didn't get that stuff unless you were on some weird vacation.
All right, so maybe that's a generational thing.
Yeah. Well, y'all got spoiled.
Well, no, yeah. I mean,
We
did.
introduced it to America, and then y'all got spoiled.
Yeah, you and your
I'm
Greek buddies.
Sicilian.
Okay, that's not the same.
It's the same.
No, Italian food and Mediterranean food are very different things.
No, Sicily and Ed, they're right next
Bro,
to each
you don't
other.
go to Sicily and get a gyro. I've never had a
You do if you're on a budget.
I've never had a Sicilian gyro with like mozzarella and sauce over
Wait,
the
you
top.
never had a Sicilian gyro?
I've never had a Sicilian gyro.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
Why is that?
I just jumped into the Mediterranean game.
No kidding.
Yeah. I got a little kiosk.
What's it called?
It's in the men's room.
Oh, sorry, my fault. Wait a minute.
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Timey Wrap from the Mediterranean to your lips sauce.
Do I get good value on my plate?
You're gonna have good value all over your chin.
Do you guys? For God's sakes,
Well,
man!
enjoy it.
6:52 in the morning.
I am surprised that Rachel's didn't survive a little longer, only because I knew a lot of people.
Okay, so there is still a location open in Webster, I believe. So it's just the ones in Pittsford and the one in
But they're
Henrietta
nervous.
Close.
But I know a lot of people who, it seems like it'd be perfect for people who are hesitant to try Mediterranean food, not knowing what it was. You know what I mean? Like they made it simple for everybody.
Yeah.
And I also know a lot of people, they were big Chipotle people. They raved about Rachel's because it was kind of like,
It was like, Middle
Eastern
Chipotle.
they could go back and forth.
It's similar.
I'm just shocked because I remember when it first showed up, everybody really enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, okay. Well, I mean, maybe it's not so much Rachel's and Mediterranean food. As we talk about 252 WCMF, Rachel's has announced that their Henrietta location is closing permanently. It looks like the Pittsford location is closed permanently. They're currently being sued for $250,000 by a company that was building a new Rachel's in Buffalo. They've stopped working on it, by the way. Do you prefer mom and pop over chain restaurants? Is that what this comes down to? Because, like, Rachel's is in a weird spot. They are a Western New York business.
Yeah, it's like a regional chain.
Yes, they're born and bred Buffalo, but I don't know how many people knew that because they opened multiple locations in Rochester at the same time, and their restaurants look really sleek.
Yeah.
It gave the impression that they were a bigger operation than maybe they actually were. And when it comes to certain kinds of ethnic foods, I think that might hurt you more than it helps you.
All right.
And I get your argument, Kimmy, like this is an entry point.
Right. Like if
for
I
ethnic.
I wouldn't walk in and worry about, I don't know what's good on the menu, you know.
By the way, I've never walked into a mom and pop ethnic restaurant and had a guy, if I asked a question, tell me to get the hell out.
No, but you may be afraid to ask the question.
But they're always
it's almost like one of those things where you feel like you should know what you're ordering. For whatever reason, we feel like that when we walk into a place,
But they're
right? Like you
always-
want to look like a regular. You want to look like you know what you're talking about.
I get it, but like in my personal experience, because I love Indian food. I don't know anything about it. My
Yeah.
wife has to order it for me like I'm 7.
Yeah.
Same with Korean food. If I ask them questions, they like get excited to tell me about it.
Okay, yeah, because they're you're showing interest in their culture.
Yes, and they'll give me the whole rundown. It's way more information than I need, but now I know.
But I'm also afraid too they're going to push me in a direction I don't want to go to because I'm not
Try
going
the
to tell
squid
them.
with the octopus.
Yeah, because I'm not going to tell them. Oh no, that sounds gross.
I don't know. Like every time I go to an
I'd be
Indian,
afraid to refuse something.
No, every time I go to an Indian place, I feel like they're overly cautious because of how white I am.
Okay.
I'm like the whitest man
This
that
guy
ever.
you're Irish.
wants no
Yeah.
spice.
Well, that's just it. Like it's very hot, very very hot, very 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 hot.
Well, the Irish aren't known for their cuisine or their how they eat. They're very plain eaters.
Yeah, no, I know.
Your meat, potato, beer.
Yes. You say that like it's a bad thing.
Even though you're fabulous fishermen, you sold it all. You don't eat fish.
We're not fish people.
What are you
know,
saying?
for me.
No seafood in Ireland?
They literally fish and then give it all away.
We don't give it away.
You gave it away for a long time.
No,
to the
it was
queen.
taken. We're not starting that argument. No, but like when it comes to the mom and pop versus the chain, like there's a reason people in Rochester want to sub from Rubino's over Jimmy John's. There's more reverence for a place like Mr. Dominic's or Red's as opposed to like Olive Garden.
Yeah, but I guess those are places you grew up with.
Okay.
Whereas if a new spot like that showed up, would you be a little bit more hesitant to try it?
Not anymore, only based on, and maybe I'm unique here, but I feel like most Rochesterians are so comfortable with food they haven't tried yet that maybe we, more than other communities, are willing to walk into a place and be like, I just want to try what you have.
Open-minded.
Yeah. Is that a fair, we're open-minded food-wise?
Yeah, I mean, think of all the different types of restaurants you got in this town.
You know, with that in mind,
Yeah.
are we out of food in Rochester we haven't tried yet?
What's left?
Okay, so let's talk here. Rochester's got great Chinese, Indian, Malaysian, Jamaican, Korean, Eastern European, Italian, Jewish, Mediterranean, Thai. Are we missing one?
I don't know.
There's an Ethiopian restaurant. I know that's not very popular. I had one time. I thought it was good.
I didn't like the bread.
But that's like the basis for the... Isn't that how you're supposed to eat
Yes.
it with the bread?
I didn't like the bread part.
Okay.
And
Yeah, well, that seems like it'd hinder your experience.
So
then.
when we went in, with the whole morning show went,
Yeah.
and it was kind of spongy. It wasn't my thing, So I just started eating it without it, and they kind of copped an attitude that I wasn't digging their bread, but it wasn't very good.
Okay.
The food was good. Your bread, not so much.
Take that, Ethiopia.
No, like
haven't they suffered enough?
You've seen our bread aisle, man. We know what we're doing with bread over here.
I mean, can you guys think of a single ethnic food that we cannot get in Rochester anymore? I don't think it exists, right?
No, I think you can find it. You can find whatever you're looking
Well, there's
for.
only so many, and then it kind of starts repeating itself.
Oh, no, I disagree. I mean, think about what we just named
People
there.
have their different spins on it, you know?
I mean, hell, we even have traditional English food now. Do you know this?
Well, you had the old toad.
Okay,
There
so
are a few places.
that's kind of traditional
Which is
English
like a
food.
pub.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The Sheffield, which is the old Otter Lodge on
Yeah.
Monroe Avenue.
Oh,
they,
yeah.
They serve traditional English fanfare. Like, you can get, like, English breakfast with, like, blood pudding and all that stuff at this restaurant.
But you got to really dig that kind of stuff.
Okay, I'm not saying it's for everybody. I'm saying you can get it,
Right.
and that's that. You didn't. Where else could you get that? You know what I'm
All
saying?
right.
Does
The
it
only thing you
also-
don't have that here much is Southern food.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, no.
Which is weird,
biscuits.
right? Like, we'll come from biscuits.
Grits.
No,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right. But it's weird how we got food from halfway across the world, and an 8-hour drive away, we can't get.
So they tried to open up one Southern restaurant here, and it closed within like a year, and it was great.
What
But-
was like the basis of the menu?
Ethiopian bread.
Yeah. And it didn't work because it was deep south. But, it had all this stuff on it. It had Cajun, it had fried chicken, it
Yeah.
had okra, it had all that stuff, and it had grits. And it was called, I think it was called Savannah's or something like that.
Okay.
And it was great, but a year later, they're out.
Okay, so how do we have a taste? Like, again, everything we just named, right? Like Chinese, Indian, Malaysian, Jamaican, Korean, Eastern European, Italian, Jewish, Mediterranean, Thai, English. How come there's a taste for all of that, but for some reason there isn't a consistent taste for authentic soul food in Rochester?
Oh, there you go.
What is up with
Maybe
that?
we just don't do it well here.
Well, don't tell them. I mean, there are soul food restaurants like mom and pop places.
Yeah.
I wouldn't walk in there and say that to their face.
Well, no, I'm
You
saying.
don't do it well. You collard greens.
But I'm saying when
suck.
somebody does try to open up like a big place, maybe it's just not up to people's standards of Southern food. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, Southern food's also one of those things, like, even if you go to the South, you kind of have to find it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is it just better homemade? Is that the problem?
That's a good call.
I don't know.
Because I always say like soul food and Italian food, it's like everybody has their own taste for it.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like you grew up with this or how your mother made it and nobody else can do it.
Yeah.
So maybe that's it then, right? Like, yeah, if you grew up in a house that makes soul, but see, here's the thing. I didn't grow up in a house that makes soul food, believe it or not. So
I could
just-
eat anybody's soul food.
straight up, uncut, soul food, soul food.
Now I'm hungry.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch.
No.
And that's the case here because, look, this kid and kids like him are getting a free place to live, free room and board while they go to college.
That's a hell of a deal.
Bro, it'll save you tens of thousands of dollars over 4 years.
So what's the catch, Ola?
Well, I mean, it's not so much a catch. He's doing it in exchange for the time he's volunteering with this facility.
Okay.
And here's the thing, man. You want to talk about killing two birds with one stone, two major problems. It's great. And in theory, this is perfect. Like, why a kid wouldn't want to do this is hard to understand. But as a parent, there would be reasons to be nervous, even if your kid was doing this really admirable thing and getting something fantastic out of it. We'll tell you what we're talking about and how there may be an opportunity if your kid is headed to school within the next couple of years or there now for them to not have to pay a dime to live.
Damn.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. This solves two major problems with society
Yeah, like what?
in one. Well, we know the cost of college is high. We also know we have a critical lack of volunteer firefighters. So in a way, this move, Tommy, seems like a no-brainer.
So how's it work?
Well, I'm going to explain how it works, and it's actually pretty straightforward.
All right, explain.
But as great as this can be, there are some potential issues. Because, Tommy, part of this job is putting yourself in potential danger. And if your kid is living hours away doing this, I don't know how you'd sleep at night. And if they were doing this, you are losing out on other things in this very formidable time in your life, Thomas.
Okay.
Formidable. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:30. Retail theft out of control.
Still, huh?
Shoplifters, Tommy, every day. Somebody's got to do something to stop it.
Nobody wants to pay.
Well, and they don't. And somebody needs the cops to step up and do something, which is a problem. Because this story out of Henrietta has a cop actually allegedly doing exactly what we're talking about.
Wait, what do you mean?
Did you not see this story?
I did not.
One police officer took a trip to Lowe's, allegedly did not want to pay for a whole bunch of stuff.
Wait, the police?
And then doubled down on the way back in.
How do you double down?
Oh, I'll explain. We'll get to the story just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, we have talked at length in the break room the last couple of years about the lack of volunteer firefighters in towns and villages in the greater Rochester
Yeah, everybody's
area.
coming up short.
You got it. And really, it's a nationwide problem. To help address that issue, there have been some programs that popped up.
Okay.
One of them is called the Bunker Program.
The bunker?
Bunker Program.
How do you bunker?
Long story short, volunteer fire departments will offer out-of-town college kids a place to live for free
All right.
in exchange for them volunteering with their department.
But they're not, wait, the volunteer firemen?
Yes, you will be a volunteer firefighter while you are going to college for this community that you are going to college in.
So they're going to train you and then give you a volunteer gig.
Bingo. And in exchange for that, they'll give you free room and board.
All right.
Okay, so story on News 8 last week talks to one of those kids. His name is Simon, and he goes to RIT.
All right.
And he's a mechatronics major, meaning he's building giant robots to fight off Godzilla. He's from Saratoga County.
Okay.
And in exchange for 24 hours of work at the Firehouse a week as a volunteer, he gets to live in the Firehouse in Brighton for free.
Okay.
And this will be his fourth year with the Brighton Fire
Oh,
Department.
so he's already done all
Yeah,
that.
he's done it for 3 years. So you'd think that a kid of that age would be doing it just for the free room and board. But Simon says that is not necessarily the case.
So what's the deal?
Well, he says he enjoys doing it. It's something he has a passion for.
Right,
He feels
yeah.
great giving back to the community. And this kid should be commended. He's doing a great thing. I mean, Tommy, it seems like we said a no-brainer, right? But is this a good idea for your kid? 252 WCMF, 252-9263.
I mean, if this is what he's got a passion for, why not?
He or she.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gals putting out the fires, too.
Remember, bro, it's funny. Like you say this, her husband is a firefighter that works with women. And if any
know,
of them
I
walked
know.
in, oh, it's so good to see you, gals.
I didn't know there was a girl at the firehouse.
Yeah, there are a lot of women that work.
I know that. I
A
didn't know.
girl at the firehouse.
I know.
A fire
It's such a
girl.
weird way to put it.
I didn't know that there was a fire girl at his particular firehouse.
Firefighter.
Girl style. Yes, a woman, a female firefighter.
By the way,
Well, I don't know how to say.
a firefighter.
Firefighter.
No, but
It's not gender specific. It's firefighter. They're
firefighter.
fighting fighters. No,
Get it right,
that's exactly
buddy.
what it is. No, look, if any women that work in the
I know.
Pittsford Fire Department are listening, if his wife's house catches on fire, you can leave him. No one will blame you. Okay, so if you're a parent
Yeah.
whose kid wants to participate in this bunker program, you'd obviously be proud.
Oh, yeah.
And the money you'd be saving is great.
so
I
what's
wonder
the
if he
problem?
gets to eat there, too, because that also think of how much money that saves you as like a 20-year-old kid.
You ain't kidding.
That's nuts.
Here's the problem.
So it's a free freshman 15,
Right,
which
it's
I
like
hear
a
now
f-
is 25.
Inflation.
Oh yeah.
Tommy, the job your kid would be doing, it's dangerous.
Yes, but
Yeah.
do they put him in those situations as a young guy
I
or
don't know, I guess if you
gal
have the training.
coming up?
I would imagine if you have the training and then you are a volunteer firefighter. I don't know why it would be different for you
But
as opposed to somebody else that. Well, I guess I don't know the qualifications for the Brighton Fire Department. They may be more trained. I'm not sure.
I mean,
I'm
let's-
just saying, like, because you're younger and new at it, you may not be
yeah.
in harm's way. You may be doing something
More
that's not
at a
as
learning.
Oh,
dangerous.
look at him trying to choose his words carefully. You scared
Well, you're
ass
not
bitch.
going into the flames, and maybe you're working like helping the guys that are in the thing. I don't know.
Or the gals.
Yeah, I don't know what you're allowed to do at that point.
When I say gals, it's just people. People, fire people.
Helping flaming people. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you want your kid participating in this bunker volunteer program? Not that it's not a great program, but Tommy, if your kid was doing this, it might be hard to go to sleep every night. Or you'd be getting a call at 2, 3 in the morning. And I'm not saying that to be dramatic. I say that knowing the experiences of some of my friends who were just living away at school, right? It is your job as a mom and dad to worry about what they're getting into. Now, on top of average college stuff, this kid could literally be running into burning buildings.
But I do wonder if this also keeps you out of that other college stuff trouble. In some ways. Because if you, I mean, not a lot of kids have a job to this level of importance, I guess.
Okay, fair.
So, it could keep you out of a lot of. If you're working some Friday, Saturday nights, it could keep you out of some trouble.
You're not hanging out with your cake stand joy boys, having a good time.
But I'm also guessing a kid that wants to.
I thought you said cake stand joy boys.
Keg.
Because cake stand actually sounds like a good idea. Do we have cake stands? Like a freestanding place that will sell you just cake?
Probably somewhere.
That's $1 million idea we're missing out on.
No, but she's right. She's not going to be jackassing around with his buddies, knocking people up.
And I'm also guessing a kid that wants to do this and may be a little bit more responsible anyway. So maybe they wouldn't be getting into that kind of trouble. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you say trouble. I also think that's part of like the experience of growing up. And I do find it funny. Like, here's how I know Kimmy is transitioning into old woman, with all due respect. I know. When these college kids.
No, but you're saying parents would worry about, them getting a phone call that your kid, I don't know, is in the hospital because they drank too much or something, or like, or
hey, look, I've been arrested,
hurt somebody,
or I need money, or whatever, something happened, like any of those typical college fears. I do think it's naive to believe that because they are doing this volunteer stuff, they wouldn't find a way to carve out time to also go have fun.
I don't think that they wouldn't also carve out time for fun, but I just think the worst kids I knew would never do something like this.
Understood.
Would never volunteer for something like this.
I don't know, man. I would have a really hard time. And again, I think this program is great, and it makes perfect sense. Like, it literally kills two birds with one stone. I would have a really hard time being 4, 5, 6, 7 hours away from one of my girls, knowing that they had the potential to be in harm's way.
Well, that would probably eat at you.
Okay.
But how about when you see that money you ain't spending?
I mean, that's the trade-off, right?
Because what does room and board cost at college?
I mean, it's expensive if you live on campus. It can be expensive, just as expensive if you live off campus. So
does it double the price of college?
It might more than that.
Yeah.
Wait, so it's more.
Depending on,
what's the bigger expense of college? College or being at college?
Probably being at college, right? Between how much, what it costs to live. I mean, look at SUNY
So it's
Rockport.
almost it's a minimum 50% off then going to college if the kid was doing it the other way.
Yeah, it definitely saves you a ton of money.
I mean, especially in a place like RIT, which is already an expensive
So where's
private school.
RIT go? 50G?
RIT is probably one where the college is more than the room and board.
Can you look at what college room and board just specifically split at RIT costs? Let's figure out what this kid is saving. Again, 252-WCMF. We're talking about the story on News 8 late last week. A kid named Simon. He lives east of us. He is coming back for his 4th year at RIT and his 4th year with the bunker program. The Brighton Fire Department, in exchange for him volunteering 24 hours a week of his time, lets him live for free at the Firehouse. And this is great.
Yeah.
Save a fortune. And your kid's doing a great thing. He's helping out the community. He may be building a future for them, himself, herself, all these things. But, I mean, you also are a parent with your kid away from home, putting themselves potentially in harm's way. All right, Kimmy just made a face. Buckle up, everybody.
Okay. So the tuition alone, if I'm reading this right before anything else, is about $52,000.
All right, so
per year?
Yeah.
Well, that's what I said,
so
50G.
that's 2 semesters.
No, but that's still, okay. That's a $250,000 degree by the time you're done.
Yeah.
The housing rates per semester are about $4,500. So not about $9,000 in total per year.
So all right. So you save $9,000 in housing.
In 4 years, this kid will have saved $40,000
plus food if he eats there.
Yeah.
So it is a significant savings if you want a high-end degree.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but
they're real robots.
No, what?
That's what he's
I
building.
thought you said like that you were calling the kids robots.
No, but the kids build robots.
I mean, I don't think that this tuition...
By the way, I was making a joke. I don't know what I made a joke about Godzilla. I don't know what an actual mechatronics major is.
That sounds like mechatronics. That was the one that came to the War Memorial. It was the one that was crushing the cars.
Got you. Can we, while we're at
No,
it,
that was Carasaurus.
can we Google what a mechatronics major is? Also, what does a mechatronics major do? Because we're the dumbest show in America.
I think it's robots. Aren't they big with robots?
Yeah, robots probably sounds fine, but let's just make sure that's the case. I don't know what a mechatronics major
It's
does.
the robot dinosaur that eats the cars. Carasaurus, his cousin.
A mechatronic engineer, is that...
Yes, that's
Yeah.
They design and build systems that automate industrial tasks and improve production processes.
Some kind of robot.
Robotics.
Not like eating car robot, but like,
But you got to start somewhere.
Ford factory robot. The other potential worry here, even if you can, deal with the idea that your kid may be putting themselves in danger. I mean, you can make an argument that as great as what this kid is doing for the community and for his future, he is missing out on part of the college experience. Because part of going away to school, it's being on your own for the first time. It's managing a place where you live. It's having friends. It's going out to parties. It's meeting new people and figuring out who you are. Would it be harder to do that living inside a working firehouse?
Maybe. I mean, I guess it'd just be a different experience.
No, I mean, I hear there's a lot of 18-year-old kids that hang out with a bunch of like 30 and 40-year-old dudes. This is how you make sauce. You cut the onions real thin. You wait as long as you can before you put the sauce.
Was he working for the mafia or a firehouse?
Well, I mean, they have similar mustaches.
Yeah.
You know what, as a parent, like, I do wonder if you struggle. Like, let's say your kid spends all this time pursuing a certain major like this and they really enjoy their experience at the firehouse. I mean, it's not like a bad thing to end up wanting to do that instead, but I would also worry, like, is this education my kid's getting, like, are they going to want to quit that to pursue, you know what I mean? After putting so much time in at school, would they quit because they would rather do this instead? I don't know.
No, I'm with you. That's like the ultimate, because, like, here's the thing, being a firefighter obviously is an unbelievably admirable
but
job.
You've kind of committed to this other thing and spent a lot of time and money doing that.
If I spend $250,000 on your degree,
you better come home with a degree.
That's right. And not only that, you better do something with that damn degree. I'm going to run into flaming buildings with a piece of paper that cost you $250,000. Get out of my face.
Let me ask you this, because he is a college kid, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure he is meeting people and having some college experience. As a volunteer firefighter, college kid.
Sure.
Is he allowed to bring girls back to the firehouse?
Oh, that's a great question.
Yeah, I don't know if you have your own room.
Because they could on backdraft.
Kimmy doesn't know what that is.
Oh my God! Your husband's a firefighter.
Yeah,
I don't think you
what
would
you're
want him to
about.
watch that movie.
There's no pleasant firefighter movie. For
So
God's
maybe
sake.
that's why she hasn't watched any of them. Stupid. Why would she? That's how dumb my dad was.
Before he became a firefighter.
My dad would watch all the terrible cop movies in front of my mother. Like every movie where the guy got shot a day before retirement. Let's sit down and watch Colors. Sean Penn, Robert Duvall. Oh my God, no!
But even on Police Academy, you lost a few.
No, that's a really good question about the girls.
Because that's where he hangs,
I don't know
right?
what the rules would be.
And he's a grown man.
Right, and he has needs.
But I mean, I'm sure there are also rules you'd have to follow living at the firehouse. I mean, they are your landlord.
That was kind of impressive, Chuck. You get to show her the firehouse.
It would also, you think the average 18, 19, 20-year-old girl wants to see the inside of a firehouse?
Well, she might find it exciting. You're a hero.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Well, yeah, there's a difference between seeing them
I was going to say, it would work in your favor to tell her that. I don't know if, to your point, she has to, like, go in and see it all.
You want to see where we keep the tank's anti-flame foam? Pretty cool, huh?
Because every guy wants to show up where he works.
Sure, yeah.
Especially that age.
No.
It's like his first gig. It's a man job.
Don't get me wrong. It's a man's job. It would be, working in a firehouse is a way cooler place than most of us work. I don't think, though, it would work to impress a teenage girl, 20-something-year-old girl.
I just thought he'd have a leg up because he's got, like, man job. He's not a boy.
Yeah, no, again, I think Kimmy's right. If you say you have that job.
I don't think she... I mean, I guess you could go out of your way to show her, but you just saying that you do this, I think is enough to impress her.
No, I mean, look, in all seriousness.
But then where do you take her?
That's just it. I would think that might be a deal breaker for a lot of people, right? And I mean, for the ladies as well, right? Like, I mean, if you're in a relationship with somebody, where do you spend time alone together?
Oh, can you imagine if you hook up with a chick, you find out she's a firefighter, and then you'd have to go back to the firehouse as the boyfriend.
Okay. What's the problem with that?
Well, she's way cooler than you, man.
Well, yeah.
She's already
But you already know that going into it, right?
Yeah, but he don't know that.
I just want to be clear.
Right.
The man across from me just painted a picture. What do you have to go back? What if you have to go back to the firehouse? A man who lives with his wife in the most affluent suburb of Rochester. Yeah, what if you feel like a loser? Go back to the firehouse.
Oh, you guys call me that all the time, so that's my point.
One night as opposed to living in her house, you idiot.
But that would be kind of weird.
What a weirdo loser.
Because like she'd be making small talk with like Chuck and Bob, and you're just standing there. Are we gonna have sex? Or can I have this last lamb chop?
The answer at every firehouse, if you can have the last lamb chop, is no. All right, let's take a break.
Right.
I mean, okay, you can be. There's lots of community service jobs that need filling, right? Firefighter's one of them. Police officer, they're looking for people. In fact, there was another announcement over the weekend that they're looking for more police officers. There is it looks like there could be a job opening just east of us. After what one man is accused of doing in Henrietta.
Right.
Because Kimmy, if what they're saying is true,
I need him to, I just want to know his reasoning.
Thank you.
I need to know.
Thank you.
Why?
The money that he threw away in exchange for this one-time payoff.
Yeah.
If, Kimmy, this was even one time, I mean, maybe.
Yeah, true. I guess we don't know if this was one trip.
But how many times would you have to do this?
But I would think, like, if you split it up, that makes it more sad.
We're going to tell you what a police officer is accused of doing at the Lowe's in Henrietta.
Well, they got good deals over there.
Oh, he found a great one. We'll get into it next on CMF. People are sick and tired of retail crime, Tommy.
So how are we going to stop it?
Well, that's just it. We've seen actually regular citizens step in and try to stop it. They want stores to crack down and actually have officers in there to take people down trying to run out.
Yeah.
They want law enforcement to do something about it, which they have. I mean, the Monroe County Sheriff's Department has had retail theft details in some of the more popular places in the greater Rochester area. But Tommy, what happens when one of those members of law enforcement is accused of being one of those retail thieves?
Oh.
Because one man who lives east of us may have thrown it all away for a quick buck at a Henrietta hardware store.
So what happened?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live just after 7:45 this morning. There was a band who was never supposed to be back ever again.
Yes, it's a huge deal.
Did you see this story?
Oh, it was all over. And I know they're great, but...
Well, are we talking about the same band?
They're British.
Yes, but that doesn't really narrow it down at this station.
True, but yeah. But I was like, I knew they were always like a train wreck.
Okay, maybe
they hated each
they
other.
around for a short period of time.
Maybe no. We're not talking about Oasis.
Oh,
we're
that's what
not
I
talking about
thought you were
Oasis.
talking about.
And actually, is Deep Purple British?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so there you go. It did narrow it down. No, Oasis is getting back together.
that's what I
People are
thought.
And it's
excited
a huge,
about that. Yes,
it's huge.
Yeah.
news.
huge story. They have shows they're going to play together because the two brothers hate each other.
Right.
The band we're going to talk about, Deep Purple.
Wait, Deep Purple? Who's
went-
left?
Well,
They should all be deep, like in the ground.
no, one of the guy's legs is Deep Purple from thrombosis. But the reason we bring them up is they were supposed to have their farewell. They did have their farewell tour. And it's not weird for a band to have a farewell tour and then decide to go back out again.
Yeah.
What is weird is what the members of Deep Purple admitted over the weekend.
okay.
And we'll get to that story just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, it's hard to turn on the news without seeing someone being arrested for shoplifting these days.
Crime's out of control.
And the biggest complaint we hear now is the law does nothing to punish these criminals.
All right.
Well, that could be changing, at least with this specific story.
Oh, all right.
A police officer from Sodus has been arrested after he allegedly stole $2,000 worth of items from the Lowe's in Henrietta.
Wait, so he's a Sodus cop,
You got it.
and they caught him at a Lowe's.
According to the allegations, he stole $2,000 worth of items from Lowe's in
So he
Henrietta.
just blew up his whole career.
That's what it
It's
sounds
true.
like, yes. According to 13 Wham, he is a 7-year veteran of the Sodus Police Department. And by the way, if
So he's deep in.
Oh, yeah. Deep Purple it.
Yes.
And if the alleged shoplifting charges weren't enough, authorities also say he tried to fraudulently return the items that he stole for store
To
credit.
cash out.
You
Okay.
got it.
So is that where he got caught?
Yes, at Lowe's.
All right.
Well, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
that's where he got caught when
did
he's
he
trying to
get
cash it out.
Yes, second
return
on the
it?
return.
Okay.
At least according to the story.
Okay.
Yes. So he's facing charges of grand larceny. He is currently suspended without pay from the police department. And I guess this plays out in the court before we hear what happens to this officer.
All right.
Okay. So if this guy is guilty, why the hell would you throw away a career
That
like
makes
that
no sense.
for $2,000 in
Right.
store credit to a Lowe's? Because if he's convicted, not only is he losing his job, he's losing the pension and benefits that come with that job. And for those who don't know, if you work as a police officer, being the son of a police officer, you either work for 20 or 25 years. You are allowed to retire with half pay and full benefits for the rest of your life, for that and your spouse. The benefits go with your spouse, too.
So you're looking at potentially over those years millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's
over the lifetime of pay
Yeah.
and retirement and benefits and insurance. Yeah, you're talking millions of dollars.
Look, let's put it this way. Let me put it this way. Like, there's a reason why these benefits exist because, it's a job that they need people to take.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's dangerous work.
That being said, I mean, you could, in theory, take the job at 23, 24, 25, be done at 45 to 50.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it's like my dad used to say, I'm going to go get a real job, which he did, standing and watching baseball in a loud plaid jacket. But, I mean, like, you don't find many better benefits, pension packages.
Because it's guaranteed.
Yes. Yes. And
It's all gone for 2G.
if the allegations are true, I mean,
It has to be arrogance that he thought he could pull it off because his wife, basically he deals with criminals all day and he figured it out.
okay, so that's possible. I mean, if the way I see it, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, there are two potential explanations. Exactly what you just said, right? Because I think it's not just police officers that think this way. I think that even people who despise retail crime feel like if they were to do it, they could pull it off.
Yeah.
They know how to do it, right? But, like, he also knows how easy it would be to get caught.
Yeah.
It's just one slip-up.
It's what you do.
Exactly. It's all of a sudden you're busted. I mean, maybe the idea that this Lowe's is 45 minutes away from where he works in Sodus, maybe that made him feel more comfortable.
Nobody knew him.
Yeah, if he's true. But, I mean, they sure as hell knew him afterwards.
I mean, unless the only thing I was thinking of is if he could be in such a financial hole for some reason, he got desperate.
Sure. But then again, I mean, how desperate would you have to
Right.
be?
Would that even put a dent in your, you know what I mean? Because the amount, it just isn't that much.
I mean, it's the definition of selling the goose that lays the golden
Yeah.
egg. It is the literal definition. The second potential reason, if the allegations are true, he and a lot of people maybe don't see what he allegedly did as such a big deal. Because, Tommy, morality is a funny word.
Yeah.
There's morality when we have people looking at us, and then there is morality when we think we are on our own. And you can make the argument that stealing is wrong no matter how you do it, and you should be punished. It's a pretty easy argument.
Right in the Bible.
There are also people who look at situations like this and go, well, it's a $1 billion corporation. I don't see the harm in getting over on them for $2,000.
And Lowe's is not mentioned in the Bible.
It's hard to make a case for why stealing isn't immoral.
Right.
But let's say you buy something from Lowe's as a regular person. You break it trying to put it together. Would putting it back in the box and returning it to get your money back, is that immoral? Because I know you wouldn't have a problem doing with that. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I would have a problem doing that if I can get away with it. And I don't really know what the difference is there. And I'm not defending this guy at all if he's guilty of what he's done. But I do find it funny where we draw the line on morality, not only for this guy, but for everyone accused of retail theft.
It's your gray moralities.
But
it's kind of murky.
But you're still ripping them off.
Kind of.
No, what's the difference? They can't resell that product.
Well, they can.
Wow, it's broken.
Well, yeah, but they get their money back from the dealership.
What?
Or, like the vendor that sells them. Yeah.
You don't know that. The vendor could say you broke it in transport. It's not our fault.
Yeah, it's like shrinkage.
Look, what I'm getting at is I think it's easy in your own head to do the backflips and cartwheels to justify
You think you're not a thief?
Yes, what they're doing is bad, but what I'm doing, I have a reason for
Well,
what
I
I'm
told
doing.
you, I know somebody that when they're having a party, they will go buy all the fancy party stuff, use it, because they're only throwing one party, and return it on a Monday. I said they have a party on a Saturday, they buy all the fancy stuff. They return it on a Monday, going, party got canceled.
Okay.
I opened it up, it didn't happen.
So,
and they get their money back.
I mean, but that's what I mean.
So
right?
basically, it's free rental.
Yes. And I mean, that's best case scenario.
And they don't
by the way.
question you. I'm always amazed, because my wife will return things.
Yeah.
I'm Mr. No Return. I don't want to deal. I don't like confrontation.
Yeah.
But I'm amazed, how easy it is to return things.
Well, but here's why.
And to pull moves like that. So, to grab something and return it and cash out. Usually it looks like, man, they don't really ask any questions.
But here's why. I mean, it ain't, Mr. Lowe's working behind that desk, right? Like in whatever store we're talking about.
And it's good business not to give you friction when you're not happy with the product.
Okay, I think people like to say that to justify why they can do it. You know what it is? I mean, look, if I'm making $15 an hour working behind a desk, I don't care.
Right.
Yeah, sure, I'll take it. Here's your money back.
Oh,
Go
yeah,
home.
me and you working the front desk, they're screwed.
Screw that, man. Like you said, I don't want friction. Just take it and go.
Yeah.
No, I was just kind of going to say the same thing.
Okay,
I was going to say that 15-year-old kid doesn't care.
Yeah, we're all in agreement then. The break room is in agreement. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about a 7-year veteran of the Sodus Police Department that was arrested after police say not only did he allegedly steal $2,000 worth of items from the Lowe's in Henrietta, he was also caught trying to fraudulently return the items for store credit. Those are the only details we have right now. It doesn't make a lot of sense because if he's found guilty, he has just chucked his retirement completely in the trash. Don't forget, we talked about this 2 weeks ago. I don't know if this case would qualify, but whatever even if he could cash out for 7 years that he was working, which I don't know if that's possible, the state can now take away your pension if you're a state worker and convicted of a crime.
Oh.
Remember, we talked about that woman.
Yeah.
She was the first
So
one
you're
that happened
screwed totally.
to. All the way through bing, bang, bowling.
All the way to the pooch.
Aren't you guys dying to know at what point during this whole situation the man was identified as a police officer?
Yeah, how would they?
Oh, at what point they, You're saying like when he knew he was caught, or
okay,
when somebody else figured
they
it
knew
out?
this guy was a cop.
Let's walk through this situation, right? Because he steals the stuff, according to police, and he somehow either gets away with it or takes it right to the front desk.
Right.
So at first, everything is okay.
Right.
He gets popped, it sounds like, when he tries to return it. Do you think he tried to pull off, like, I'm a cop to try and spin out of the situation when he knew he was
like I'm
busted?
testing you or something?
Undercover theft retail squad Sodas division.
I mean, yeah, Officer Muley would definitely pull that move.
Okay, I mean, there's also a possibility that the police were called and then the sheriff's department discovered it when they ran his name? Because that would show up.
He's a Sodas police officer.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
But I mean, I think it would show up if they ran his name.
I would think,
officer.
yeah.
Unless
True.
he just decided to come clean that he's a cop to the arresting deputy.
Like still trying to spin out of it, or you're just saying?
Well, I mean, either that.
I
thinking
once
that
you're
might
had,
help.
you're had.
Well,
What do you
I mean,
do?
okay, you say that, but then we saw what happened at the Greece Police Department when somebody, I mean, there was an incident where there's 3 wheels happening, and that had a whole ripple effect of the department because they just brought the guy home.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that's like working within the department.
Yeah, but I mean,
This guy's way out of his jurisdiction.
shut up.
You should be shoplifting in your own jurisdiction.
No, but I mean, I guess the idea would be if I tell him I'm a cop,
right,
we're just going to
the
make this thing
brotherhood.
try and go away, right? Like, hey,
Right.
well, hey, don't worry about it. Do you want to press
I mean, I
charges? You
would
don't have
definitely
to.
try to pull that card.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if there's a morality issue where you don't see like stealing and trying to return as an issue, I maybe dropping that thing. I'm just talking about the embarrassment of.
It's a shame.
Yeah, I mean, the odds are you don't know this sheriff's deputy that's arresting you, right? And by the way, I'm a cop. Or when they go through your wallet, ask for ID, that badge is going to be there.
But that other cop's going to be really pissed you did this. Like, you're really embarrassing police
right.
in general here,
Right.
man.
You put me now in this position where I have to, I have to do the right thing here.
Right.
Well, do your job. I
No,
mean,
but
right
I'm
or
saying,
wrong.
like,
I mean, it's
but
what you-
like, yeah, I know what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I mean, like, now
case
I have
scenario.
to figure out a way to confront you, and because you don't want to immediately accuse somebody. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but you put
you
me in a
read your
pretty
own rights?
impossible situation.
I have the right to remain silent.
Yeah,
Anything
but you
I say
know the
will be
drill.
used
Can
against
you do
me.
this while I fill out the paperwork over here?
Well, I mean, what the good situation in this case, Kimmy, is like if you were to come upon a situation where like a police officer neighbor is accused of doing something to their neighbor. That's a he said, she said, she said situation. You're right. There's a gray area there.
Yeah.
What's great about this Lowe's situation, if the allegations are true, there is surveillance video. You would have
Right.
multiple witnesses
And
that
he
work for the
knows
store.
this.
Yes. Well, I wonder if, and maybe not crimes to this extent, but like, how like you learn like these bad habits from either like your parents or somebody that you spent a lot of time with as a kid. And it just kind of becomes, well, they never got caught, and I've done this my whole life. Like I said, maybe not something to this
I was going
extent.
to say, there's a difference between
Stealing
taking,
and returning?
Yeah,
but like
stealing
it
a
is
pear and eating
amazing
it.
sometimes, like the things people will do. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, I do this all the time." And I'm like, somebody could probably get you in trouble for that if they wanted to. Like the habits that you've just done your whole life without
my
even
parents.
without even really realizing they're illegal anymore.
My parents had a sense of entitlement,
Yeah.
and my old man was a businessman.
Well, no,
Yeah,
they
he
want,
knew the value of things.
They want you to take the steak knives from
Yeah.
Outback. It's like a free advertisement for
I
it.
can imagine walking to his ambulance factory and go, "Oh yeah, I want to take one of these ambulances and test drive it for a month."
Now, I think you touched on in the beginning of this discussion
What I touch?
if the allegations are true, what we might be looking at. Because what most of us don't consider, on the whole, people accused of these retail theft crimes, they're desperate people.
They have to be.
And when I say desperate, I mean they have nothing to lose, right? Like an arrest, potential jail time, it's worth the risk. The risk versus reward for them is in line. That's not the case with this guy. So as much as he could be desperate for, not knowing what financial hole the guy might be in, whatever, the risk versus reward here is so out of whack that this becomes a legitimate news story.
And you know it can happen. You're on a camera somewhere.
Yes. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Kim.
No, I think that alone, even if you wanted to do something like this, I would think like logic would stop you from doing it.
The embarrassment to yourself,
Yeah.
the embarrassment to your friends and family, the embarrassment to the police department you work for. Like you said, Tommy, the arresting officers in the first place, right? You will lose your job. You will lose your pension. And not only that, if you are found guilty, you will never be able to find another job like this for the rest of your life. So you have to find a whole new line of work unless you want to become a cop in the South because they seem to take everybody.
Yes.
Remember that police chief from Texas who came all the way up here with his buddy and he committed that horrible crime? I mean, got to relocate to Arkansas somewhere.
Yeah, it's very hot this time of year.
That's what I mean. It does. I'm dying to
But
know.
you're closer to a lot of Walmarts.
I'm dying to know if the allegations are true. Why?
Yeah.
What
We'll never
happened?
know, though.
I don't know. Every once in a while, you get lucky with stories like this, where there's more than what meets the eye.
They want to say their side, and they don't realize they're burying themselves
No, I mean,
even more.
Yes, there's that.
Yeah.
There's also other things that could kind of come out that may have been documented before. And here's the thing. I will say this, right? Right now, these are the accusations that we have. But we have talked about in the past that when you see, how do I put this? People in positions where they're doing things, the risk versus reward is out of whack. Yeah. Sometimes it's not the first time.
That's what I was thinking, too. He could have pulled his move before and got away with it.
And again, there's nothing that suggests
we don't know.
That's the case here. Well, I mean, there's no.
What?
When you say it like that, like there's a difference between there's nothing that suggests that's the case and we don't know. Because when you say we don't know, it's like we kind of know, but we don't know. No, we don't know. There's nothing that suggests
I know.
That's the case.
But you know how this goes. You know.
No, stop saying that.
I'm just saying it. You know, that's all I'm saying.
No, you don't know. That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
I don't know, but
let's take a break. Okay, so it's not Oasis. We're not talking about that British band.
Yeah. I thought this band was done.
They were done, but they're not done anymore.
And who cares? I mean, seriously, man.
Well, like you bring up that you're not wrong totally.
Because they've got to be 80.
All right. I will. Yeah, I think they hit the scene in '69.
Yeah.
Which is why your mom was such a big fan of them. It's not weird to see our favorite bands go on farewell tours and then go back onto the road again. But those bands have never come out right and said what Deep Purple said over the weekend.
Oh.
And I don't know, man. If I was a diehard fan of this group,
what?
The excitement of getting to see them again might be overridden by how pissed I would be as to what they just admitted.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Okay, it's funny. You're right. This is not the most famous British rock band that admits they are getting back together.
Yeah,
over the
bad
weekend.
timing for them.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But the reason we're doing this story is because it long confirms what we as music fans have always suspected.
What?
We know that farewell tours don't always mean farewell.
Yeah.
Right? But we always kind of assume the reason they were getting back together were for better reasons. Not this legendary band. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So Tommy and Kimmy brought it up a second ago. The big British rock band news over the weekend, Oasis, the Gallagher brothers who despise each other.
Yeah, they've been in fistfights on stage.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Multiple. One of the greatest videos of all time, and if you have a chance, I can't remember which one, because they both look exactly the same.
Yeah, they do.
One of them's, the lead singer's voice was hurting. So he took a night off, and his brother who plays guitar did a show by himself in a theater. The lead singer went up to the balcony and heckled his brother. His voice.
Bloody sunk, you do.
And it wasn't like ball busted. Like they were like, okay. So Oasis is getting back together. Very exciting. And there is another British rock band that announced they are going out on tour again.
Who's that?
Everybody who's everybody knows this band, at least for this song, Deep Purple. Not about smoking from a bomb, according to Deep Purple. That's what they say. Okay, Deep Purple. They did an interview over the weekend. And the good news, if you are a Deep Purple fan, you get to see them live again at least one more time. The bad news, they admitted to straight up lying to you to get your money.
Oh, how?
In an interview over the weekend, Ian Gillan, lead singer, said at one point during their 2017 tour, when they were gearing up to tour, their ticket sales were lagging big time.
Really?
Yep. Someone told them, and I'm going to quote him now. You ready? Quote, "We got to sell some more. And the good old standby is the farewell tour. So I said, okay, we'll call it the goodbye tour, but we'll call it the long goodbye tour and make the emphasis on the word long so it sounds elegant."
All right.
They essentially admitted in this radio interview that because they weren't selling tickets to their last tour, they called it a farewell tour, full well knowing that they would be back out on the road again in the future.
He's not technically lying because they're so old. Every show could be their last.
Never know.
Because when they've got to be 80 years old like that. What was their last hit?
Standby.
Pre-1970? Like a hit.
I don't know.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're not wrong with what you're saying.
They were popular when I was 9.
All right, so Ian Gillian's 80 years old, 79.
Right.
He's
So
79.
he's there.
He was born in England during the Blitz. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. So think about that. Like he was probably one of those kids that had to go live in the countryside while London was being bombed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at pictures of him right now from when they were younger. Like, it's not until you see the old pictures that it fully sets in. Like,
Well, how
wow.
old they look.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's credit to them for being able to be around for so long. Maybe not sell the tickets they thought they were going to. All right. So the fact that Deep Purple admits in 2017 they called it a farewell tour, full well knowing they were going to tour again. Is this a big deal to you?
I guess if they were a more relevant band, it would be, but it's Deep Purple.
I mean, I think most people under the age of 40 know the name Deep Purple. Everybody knows that song.
Oh, absolutely. Like you had a formula that worked for a bit.
And I think it's one of those bands that came around again with the popularity of Guitar Hero.
Oh, yeah, good call.
You know
I forgot
what I
about
mean?
that,
Like,
yeah.
I think a lot of kids started listening to some of the bands from that era just because of that game.
I would love to see the reviews of their shows.
Okay.
I bet you it ain't good.
Well, but you can make the same argument for any. I mean,
Yes.
Again, like there's the upper echelon of the Stones, Springsteen, and Billy
And
Joel.
nobody's going to touch them.
I agree with you, right? But I mean, look, you can put Deep Purple in the same basket as Zeppelin or Sabbath for like the influence that they had on music. They said you can.
But
They were hard rock, heavy metal pioneers.
Oh, hey, fellas, not bad. Good run.
But
Good run. But you ain't Oasis, baby.
Okay,
You ain't Oasis. But I'm also wondering, because there are no cheap shows anymore, right? Like if you want to go see any
This one.
artist,
What?
I mean, ticket prices, they're up there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I would think that I do wonder even if you like Deep Purple, how much are you willing to spend to get into the building to see Deep Purple? I don't know.
I mean, again, but also like when it comes to some of these older bands, like you can find a ticket for like it's an affordable ticket.
Yeah.
It's not
Is it? I don't know.
Compared to
depending
your
on
other
where
classic,
they're playing, I
okay.
guess.
And you're only there for like the hits.
Okay, look, I'm not here.
This is a new one we wrote the other day. My woman from Peoria.
Look, what I'm getting at is this. By the way, Made in Japan, I think was like a top 5 live album in Rolling Stone's history.
Oh, okay.
Like the Rolling Stone ranked it as that. Shut up, you idiot. I'm not here to debate the merits of Deep Purple. What I'm asking is, does it bother you that they admitted they straight up lied to their fans?
It does, because it is a little arrogant on their part. Like they're just rubbing it in your face. And
Like, I mean, look, all of us as music fans have long had suspicions about bands doing the fake farewell tour.
Yeah.
For example, Motley Crue had a farewell tour a few years ago, and they were back on the road the next summer. No one actually believes right now that Kiss is 100% done, right?
Right.
Okay. So, and they just had their farewell tour. But when it comes to the bands that we love, I thought we all gave them the benefit of the doubt. Like maybe their intention was for their tour to be their last, and either they missed it, or they really needed the money down the road, or the band members, like Oasis, mended friction.
Okay.
Right? Like maybe I'm being a sucker. But to see it done this blatantly, it's like, what the F, man?
We just did it to jive you to get you to spend your money.
Yes. Kimmy, why are you smiling over there?
I
thought you found something.
No.
Like we were being idiots this whole time. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. In an interview over the weekend, members of Deep Purple admitted their last 2017 tour, when the ticket sales were lagging, came out and said it was the farewell tour, full well knowing that it would not be their farewell tour. They just called it the farewell tour so people would buy tickets. They are going out on the road again, it seems, so you get to see their...
The long goodbye.
Yes, long goodbye. By the way, wouldn't you say farewell? Doesn't that sound more arrogant than goodbye?
Yes.
It's all arrogant, long goodbye. No, long farewell.
But it's very British, right?
Farewell sounds British.
Yes, I'm saying.
No, they call it the long goodbye tour. That's what I mean.
Okay.
We're living in America for too long.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go see Deep Purple?
No, I have no interest. I know I like the music, but
No, I don't want to go see.
But I thought-
I don't think you're a concert person, though. I feel like you're the wrong person to ask, because I don't think is there any band from like your childhood, teen years that you'd want to go see if they were still performing?
I'd have to think about that.
It's weird that there's not one that sticks out as like,
It'd be
I
like
would pay
jazz
whatever
or
to
something.
get.
It'd suck. You'd laugh. Like they're dead, so they're never coming back.
But you
That's
didn't
what
like
I like
jazz,
about
but
jazz.
you didn't like
When
jazz
they-
as a kid, did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
But that's the great thing about jazz is that they die. Like they just shoot up and die. Like there ain't no coming back, man.
Okay. I want you to guess.
Yeah.
So Deep Purple has been around since 1968.
Right.
All right.
That's when London was London, baby. It was the swinging 60s.
5 members of the band.
All right.
In the history of Deep Purple, can you guess how many actual band members, I'm not even talking about touring musicians, official members of Deep Purple there have been? Can you guess?
How many?
Yes.
And so there's 5 positions
5 spots in the band.
that needed to be filled.
Yes. How many from 68 until now have there been?
Oh my God, it's got to be. Oh, you're making high number
I know.
face.
So now you're gonna overguess. I know it.
I'm gonna say 15.
You nailed it. On
No.
the head. You
15?
nailed it. Way to go.
Damn.
Way to go.
You know I've done no investigation.
Yeah, I don't think you
So
know
hit-
Deep Purple
No,
off the
I
top
don't.
of your head.
15
Although the top of your head is looking Deep Purple.
So is there a consistent member?
No, not from all the way through.
So there's no. Is there?
Wow.
Wait.
So the band, I think from 73 to 84, they stopped making music, so maybe that's why it's not.
So of the founding members of Deep Purple, 1968.
Yeah.
How many are left?
Ian Pace is the last one, the drummer. So Roger Glover and Ian Gillian showed up in 69, and then the keyboardist and the guitarist have been on.
But they're not around. They're all gone.
Oh, no, they're still alive.
But are they in the
touring?
band?
Yeah. So the drummer, the bass player, and lead vocals.
Man, do I want to see an 80-year-old drummer?
You get 3 out of 5. Though.
It would
It's
have
pretty
to
damn
look
good.
like one of those inflatables you put up for Halloween of like creepy Halloween band in your front yard.
We saw Ringo. He looked good.
Ringo does look good. He does look good.
By the way, we're gonna get. Okay, and Deep Purple, I'm going to read you a story here. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Deep Purple is considered to be one of the hardest touring bands in the world. They have toured the world since 68 with the exception of their split from 76 to 84. They sold 150,000 tickets in France in 2007 alone.
Wait.
You heard what I said. 150,000 tickets in the country of France in the year 2007 alone.
Okay, that could be a jive number 2.
Why?
Because that could be attached to other festivals that they weren't like the lead. Like
I
they
see
could
what
have
you're
showed
saying.
up at a festival
Yeah.
that sold out, and they were like
One of the
mid-afternoon band of a big festival. So
Shut up. Why
they
are you
didn't
such a
sell
dick?
it. They
Why are
didn't
you
sell
such a
a
dick?
hard ticket
Why are
that
you
say
such a dick?
one night only, Deep Purple.
There are Deep Purple fans out there.
We had to get to Deep Purple. You know, I remember during the Blitz.
By the way, they had just admitted that the Long Goodbye tour was a lie. Like they knew they were going into it, not knowing it was okay. You know what their tour they're on right now is called?
What?
The One More Time tour. Like you just admitted that you lied to everybody.
One more for the road, boys. Man,
One
what a
more time
jive-ass
before the
band.
last time.
All right, let's take a break. There is a woman who is in some serious trouble this morning.
Was she dating Deep Purple?
No. But she needed her money. She wanted her money.
No, everybody wants their money.
Well, yeah, I say she wanted her money. There was some kind of financial argument that led to what she allegedly did to a man in the city of Rochester. And I feel for this man.
Yeah.
One, because he was a victim of this crime, according to police. But two, you probably did not see this coming. There are people that you should and shouldn't borrow money from. And if that was the issue here, you can put this woman in the list of people you do not want to borrow money from. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You should always pay your debts, Tommy.
Pay your bills.
Well, it makes life a hell of a lot easier.
Oh, yeah.
That being said, if you do owe money somewhere or to someone, there are things you can expect to happen.
Okay.
You can have your stuff taken away for not paying.
Oh, like repo.
Yeah, you can have your credit score ruined. And if you borrow money from somebody personally, you could ruin that relationship. You would not, however, believe something that happened last week in the city of Rochester could be the consequence.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, we are back. We are live. Tommy, we're wearing matching shirts for some reason.
Yeah.
If you'd like to see two guys in a matching shirt.
We look like we work at a golf course.
Do we?
We kind of look it.
Is that a compliment?
Yeah. Well, that's a nice job.
Check out Two Caddies on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. YouTube and Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Hit the back nine bar for a craft beer from Three Heads.
Let's go golfing.
This story comes to us from Lake Ave in the city of Rochester. The Rochester Police Department says they were called there last week around 3:40 for reports of a pedestrian hit by a car.
Oh, Jesus.
It's not good.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, people get hit crossing the street all the time. When authorities got to the scene, however, turns out this may not have been an accident.
Oh, wait a minute. Like it was intentional?
That would be a not accident, yes.
Damn.
Thank you. Police say an investigation revealed a 61-year-old woman intentionally hit a 48-year-old man with her car due to an argument over money, and she was driving an SUV.
Oh,
so
she allegedly hit him with an SUV
to get her money. I'll knock the
maybe.
change out your pockets.
maybe to scare him and it went too far.
It says argument over money. So we don't know if he owed her bills, whatever.
Yeah.
So here's the craziest part of the story.
What was that?
The man who was hit by the SUV, according to police, was not at the scene when they arrived.
So he crawled away?
He had gone home.
Home?
They located the man.
Well, I'm probably not sticking around to that point.
But you got hit by a car.
No, but great point. If she's willing to hit me once.
Yeah, I'm getting as far away from that situation as possible.
You know what the old saying? Hit me once with your SUV, shame on you.
Okay.
So they located the man at his apartment after witnesses showed cops where he lived. And when police got there, good news is, seems he was okay, but he was complaining of neck pain.
Really? From that bumper?
Was he not going to call the cops?
Probably not.
Because story on 13 Wham says witnesses to the accident were the ones that called 911. What reason would you let a woman hit you with her car and not call the cops? Like, we don't know what the money dispute was over, but, there's not a lot of things I'll stand for. But I can definitely guarantee if somebody hits me intentionally with their car, I'm calling the cops.
But, let's say you got no medical.
Okay.
Maybe he's afraid to go to the hospital because you don't want the bill.
You can refuse medical treatment. That's a thing you're allowed to do.
No, but if he was seeking medical treatment, he didn't go to the hospital.
No, he went back to his apartment.
Right, so I'm saying he ain't going to the hospital because he doesn't have any medical insurance.
No, I know.
And
but
he don't want to get hit with a bill.
Well, I get it, but if you would want her held responsible for hitting you, you could call the cops, say she hit me with her car, and I could say I don't want to go to the hospital.
Here's another thing. Let's say
You do owe her.
I got a few things going on over here.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. And
I
I don't
guess we
want
don't know what the money dispute was
Well,
over.
because if I go to the hospital saying I got hit by a car, well, the cops are going to come and question me.
Fine.
And they're going to run my name.
Fair.
And maybe I don't want my name in the system either.
It amazes me how consistently in every story you find a way to blame every single victim. Like, you are the king of victim blame.
King blame.
He's a king of victim blame.
But he even blames himself when we talk about him almost getting run
Well,
over
you're
by
so
a car.
right.
I mean, at least he keeps it consistent.
And you know,
We
now
made
that
sweet love.
Now that you bring that up, you didn't try to call the cops when she tried to run you over with her car.
Yeah, but she missed.
And you're like, well, I kind of
Southern
deserved it.
drivers.
She only missed because you jumped.
I know.
Okay. Now, here's the thing.
Higher than he ever has before.
We don't know what the money dispute was over in this story. However, the 61-year-old woman was arrested, charged with assault, taken to Monroe County Jail for arraignment. So obviously, don't hit someone with a car over money. There's lesson one, right? That being said, if this man does owe this 61-year-old woman money, or she thinks she was ripped off in some way, how much would it take? What would the monetary amount have to be where you'd get why she'd use an SUV to try and get it back? Not endorse, obviously.
Wait. Fueled the fire.
Yes, what would the number have to be? Don't hit someone with your car, obviously. Do not hit people with your car. But what is an amount that he could owe where you'd be like, man, she should be punished, but that was a lot of money.
I was dating this chick when I was cutting meat.
Yeah.
She was the same one that punched me in the break room.
While you were eating a donut after you were telling people about.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
So I owed her like $50 that I borrowed from her. I'm a bum.
Yeah,
right?
you big ass bum.
So she found out I was dating somebody else in the store.
Such a freaking scumbag.
Grocery Casanova, no big deal. So she found out about it because I was trying to two-time her, and she caught me, and she wanted that money back immediately, and she was like pissed, and she's already punched me.
Okay.
So like I wasn't gonna mess, but like she was flipping out over just $50. Now this was 1985, 86.
You're a grown ass man now. She wasn't flipping out about $50. She was flipping out over the fact that she lent you the money and you were trying to two-time her in the same store in which you both worked, you idiot.
Here's the worst part. I used that $50 to take that other chick out.
Such a freaking scumbag, man.
But it's what kids do.
How old were you?
I was 30. No, I was 28, 29.
That's not kids,
Yeah,
you
I
idiot.
know.
Kid.
At that point, you should have learned some of these lessons already.
Well, but the first thing she wanted back was that money.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it may not have been that much money.
Okay. All right.
Because like these two could have been an item. We don't know.
4861.
That works.
Yeah.
The hole's all lined up. Right?
Look, I mean, you're not wrong. The holes do line up.
I'm going to guess with that kind of passion, I'm guessing they were laying with each other.
Oh, for God's
You
sake.
guess
Guessing,
that every
guessing,
time.
guessing,
You guess that
guessing.
with every situation where there is a man and a woman.
Why wouldn't
your
you?
brain
That's how it
goes right
starts.
to, well,
Adam and
relationship
Eve.
gone bad.
You don't think if
Adam and
Eve
Eve
had something to run over Adam, would he be dead?
What are you talking about? She was the one that ate the apple, according to the book.
But he would have been in trouble.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this man who was run over intentionally by a car, according to police. He's 48. The woman who intentionally hit him with her SUV on Lake Ave last week, 61 years old. He didn't call the cops. Witnesses called the cops. He wasn't even at the scene when the cops got there. He had gone back to his apartment. Police say he was okay, but he had neck pain. She's been arrested, charged with assault, blah, 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 blah. So those are the details we have. And in a matter of 5 minutes... You have managed to make him the reason for this is happening. You also have him with a rap sheet so long that he doesn't want to call the cops, even though in this story, it does not say the man was arrested for anything after the cops showed up. Then you decided they were sleeping together.
What time? I know you said 3 o'clock. Is that in the morning or
No, in the afternoon.
Okay. So he's also, I mean.
No, because if we would have said 3:40 in the morning, you'd be like, oh, they were laying. And it doesn't fit your narrative, so you just blow past it.
I mean, you know,
What?
he's busted.
Yeah, no kidding.
No, busted and as busted.
What?
I don't think he's got much going on.
Yeah, again, you just told. How do you say that after you just told a story
I
about
know.
stealing $50 from a woman who
I was busted. I didn't have much going on.
All right.
And then when I got run over in Tampa, same deal.
When I got run over in Tampa is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Bro, if I got run over in Tampa, I was so broke nothing would have came out of my pockets. I didn't have loose change, bro.
Give me, it's like when Sonic the Hedgehog would get hit when he had no coins
All the
left.
coins pop
Tommy
up.
just goes up in the air, freezes, and he's dead. Going to the actual conversation, not why this guy has done everything wrong according to Tommy. Yeah. Tommy, you've borrowed money from people. We've established this. When you're figuring out who to ask to borrow money, do you consider what they're capable of if you were to slow pay them?
Oh, yeah, you have to.
Okay.
I mean, you don't know for sure, but you kind of have an idea.
Because, like, for example, if you were to borrow money from your grandpa, he's not going to hit you in the legs with a baseball bat to get it back.
No.
But some friends of yours could.
Oh, yeah. Or just hound you to death.
But I find it funny, like, when you were broke, like, that would have kept you from taking money from them. Like, we both know you're stupid enough to take that money, even though they could hurt you.
I was always amazed at how, like, when you would borrow money from somebody and, like, they'd want it back that day.
Yeah, if I had it, I wouldn't be.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a reason why I'm short now. What do you think? I turned it around by 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Got a hot stock tip before the market's open.
Yeah, I cashed out big time.
But I think that whole idea is what's so interesting about this story. If the allegations are true, you wouldn't think in a million years any 61-year-old woman would be capable of hitting you with a car over a cash issue,
yeah,
right?
that's worst case scenario.
And the other thing, too, when you're considering borrowing money from someone, who to borrow it from, if you can, do they actually need the money you're borrowing? Because if you borrow money from someone who has cash and you don't pay them back, you're a dick.
Yeah.
And they'll hate you, but you're not making their life that much harder.
Right.
If you borrow money from someone who needs that money back to survive,
Sure.
the more likely something like this could happen.
And that's usually who you end up borrowing from. People are kind of close to your situation.
Yeah, you're right. Well, they say like all your friends are around the same socioeconomic level, right?
And it happens a lot when you're drinking. And I mean, like, hey, man, can you pick me up a couple of beers tonight? Yeah. Like, I'll catch you on the next run. Mm-hmm. And you never do. And they go, hey, man, I spent $50 on you last week. You owe me.
Okay, but like, nobody's classless enough to be like, you owe me the beer.
No, but they want their money because they put it on their card.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. I see you guys there. I guess what I'm getting at is in a hypothetical situation, if some woman who has a bill coming due lends out cash to a desperate friend or family member and they have a couple of days to pay, if they stiff that woman, I sure as hell don't want to know what she's doing in lieu of an IOU.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I need this money. I need this
money.
She's desperate. Yeah. 252-WCMF. Let's talk to Caitlin. Hey, Caitlin, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, Caitlin. What you got?
So, So my mom and I are big fans of your show, and we were talking about the 61-year-old hitting the 48-year-old, and my mom's in her early 50s, and she jokingly said how she would gladly hit a 48-year-old man who only owes her $4,000, and that 48-year-old man happens to be my dad.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Just being honest again.
All right. Caitlin, can I ask you a couple of follow-up questions if you don't mind?
Yep.
Are your parents still together?
Nope.
You want to hang up the phone and call your dad right now and tell him to pay your mom?
Oh, no, he won't.
Okay. All right, Caitlin, let me ask you a question. Because, we had asked a second ago, Tommy, if this woman was owed money.
Yeah.
What amount of money would you be like, oh, okay, not I condone it, but like that makes sense.
See why you'd get so angry.
Caitlin, if your mother hit your father with an SUV over $4,000, would you look at your mother as less of a person, or would you get it?
Oh, no, I get it.
Okay, Caitlin, are you with somebody?
I think your dad's in trouble.
Caitlin, are you in a relationship with someone right now?
No.
No, okay. That's good for that person. Caitlin, thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
Of course.
Okay, take care. If any guy next week, is out at a bar in Rochester.
Beware of Caitlin?
Yep. If you meet a Caitlin.
All of them.
If you match with a Caitlin on any of the dating.
Has anybody checked on Caitlin's dad lately?
She's giggling about her father being under the SUV.
Maybe he owes her $4,000. She specifically put a number on it.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
Well, 4Gs, that's a big one.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
You got to be tough as a man, Tommy.
Yeah, toughen up.
Yep, even when you're scared, can't show it.
Yeah.
But that can be tough, especially for things that actually make you very nervous. Today's break room was almost a lot different.
Really?
It was almost a two-person break room.
Ooh, we almost lost somebody?
Yo, I was convinced I was dying. Legitimately.
You were dying?
Yes. I'm not a good flyer.
Again?
You know I'm not a good flyer.
Like, how many times have you died? I'm not talking about on stage. You've got this problem over here. I got a hard button.
This wasn't physical.
I have doom.
This was not a physical.
Wait, so you're on the plane?
Yeah, I don't fly well.
No.
Bro.
Big people don't fly well.
Okay, I don't like to fly because I don't like being up in the air when you can't explain to me why the plane's in the air. You can't explain it to me. I don't like it.
It's lift versus speed.
I've been on a decent amount of
flights.
Yeah,
you've been flying a lot since you met your wife.
I've never been on a flight like the one I was on
Wait,
yesterday.
was that rough?
Bro?
I didn't see it in the papers.
Well, yeah, I didn't make the papes, bro, but it was bad. And
it probably wasn't even that bad.
Okay.
Wait, a little whoopsie daisy gets you nervous.
Let me put it this way. I don't think I'll ever have to fly again based on the reaction that I had in front of my children.
Oh.
And my wife is now pissed at me. Even though in the moment, she wasn't doing much to fix things either.
So you made a face.
I made more of their face. We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are certain situations you have to be the tough one. And this ain't just a man thing.
All right.
I mean, this is a parent thing, this is a friend thing, this is a family thing, right? Like if you show your fear, it creates chaos.
Okay.
And I failed.
Oh.
But in my defense, walking into this, they knew this was not my place to be strong.
Okay.
And my wife, in me showing something that I could not control, is now livid.
Oh.
Shut up. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We're about 30 minutes away.
Oh, yeah,
less.
buddy.
Yep, from everyone's favorite break room game. It's Tuesday, where they whining just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So we were in New York over the weekend.
Yeah.
New York City. Flew down real quick, flew back yesterday. And if you listen to the show, you know I'm not a good flyer.
Yeah.
I hate to fly.
Yeah, you're a white knuckler, as we call it.
And my wife and I always argue about driving, versus flying. Going to New York City, I'd be happy to drive. I love to drive. I wanted to drive to D.C. when we went there earlier this summer.
But you eat up so much time.
I don't care. I want to drive. I want the control. I don't like being in the air. You can't explain to me how this plane is in the air. I don't want to get on it.
But what is it, like 30 minutes in the air?
It's 55 minutes because I was counting every second to get to New York.
Yeah, wheels up, wheels down. Yeah, you're about 45, 50.
No. All right. So my wife, as we talked about this morning, has beaten my fight out of me. So now I get on planes and I go places, despite the fact that
saves you a day of travel.
I hate it, Kimmy. So here is when I get on a plane, there are 3 things that I will do.
All right.
I will sit down and I will put my headphones in so I can't hear a thing because I want to try and
kind of have your routine.
I don't want to. Yes, I don't
want to zone out.
Yes, I don't want to be there. I don't want to be there, so I'm pretending I'm not there.
All right.
When takeoff and landing is by far the worst moment of my year.
What's the dangerous part of the flight?
I'm aware. I've seen the statistics. I will hold on to both things and I will just breathe out of my body so I don't feel my body moving.
So when they start to thrust
thruster,
up.
and until we level off. Now, once we level off, I'm kind of okay unless we hit some kind of turbulence, in which case I want to die. All right. So yesterday we're flying home, and I've been on quite a few flights.
Yeah, you're flying a bit.
Middle of nowhere, and this is the worst part. This is the worst kind of plane thing. No warning, no seatbelt light comes on, plane starts shaking.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, I'm sitting there. My girls are in the aisle next to us. My wife is on the window seat. Okay, we're shaking.
So you get a couple of whoopsie days.
No big deal. I got my headphones on. I'm like, okay, I'm thinking to myself. I got my eyes closed. I'm like, whew. All of a sudden, the plane starts pitching back and forth. Ho, ho, ho,
Come on.
Hand to God. In fact, there were 2 break room listeners on that flight with me. If you are listening, call and back me up.
So you were like going...
We're going back and forth. Ho, ho, and then up and down. Ho, and quickly. Ho, ho. And then we're pitching up and down. Ho. The plane is shaking. Shaking. We're all over the place. It's going on for an eternity. And I'm trying to be cool. But it gets to a point where I now need reassurance because I start to hear other people in the plane vocally freaking out.
Doesn't take much for it. Only takes like one person starting to freak out for it to be like a domino effect.
Oh, a little bitch.
The woman in front of me, I can hear her going, no. Yeah,
that doesn't help.
Well, that could have been the guy next to her.
So my wife knows that I am not a good flyer.
Yeah.
And when I fly with my wife, she does a great job. We don't even have to speak to each other. We have a mind melt.
All right, so she can calm me down.
If I feel nervous, I just look at my wife and she gives me this look and I can tell in her eyes, it's okay.
Yeah.
Everything is okay and we're going to be just
You're
fine.
just hitting like little bumps in the air.
And she puts her tiny little hand in my big bear paw and we sit there and we ride it out together.
Your bitch paw.
Yeah, you got it. So yesterday, this is happening.
Yeah.
I turn my bear paw over to my wife, and I'm looking for her dainty dermatology hand. And I look in her eyes, and I see a look of horror.
Why?
What do you mean, why? What do you mean, why? Did you not hear what I just explained?
She's also petrified.
Oh, she's freaking out.
All right.
But she's trying to not actually freak out. But I know my wife's looks, and she is not comfortable. So I'm not looking at my kids. I'm not going to look at my kids, because if I look at my kids, I'm going to lose my stuff.
How are the kids doing, though?
I don't know.
Well, you can hear.
No, they were making noise.
All right.
They were making noise. So after, and I'm not exaggerating, 4 minutes of this, which is an eternity.
Yeah, it could be.
It is an eternity. Everything levels off.
So did Captain at least come on?
Nope.
No, you got to be kidding me.
Captain didn't come on.
They always do.
No, the woman. Oh, by the way, here was the scariest part. They did the auto fasten your seatbelts in the middle of the tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty standard.
No. Normally, it's the stewardess who gets up and goes, "Hey guys, did you fasten your seatbelts? It's going to be a little bumpy."
No, they sometimes just put it on.
No,
She can't stand up.
It was the robot.
Right.
Fasten your seatbelts, please.
I
I'm like,
see.
oh God, no!
Prepare for impact.
It's robot time. Robot time's the worst time.
You want the comfort of a human voice.
Yes. Well, no. I just know that you pressed a button because you couldn't. All right. So it eventually levels off, and my girls were terrified.
I'm sure.
Right? Now it's my job to be dad, even though the rest of that flight I'm literally, and my littlest one, what happened? What happened, Daddy? What happened? I go, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's just part of flight sometimes. My 14-year-old, big mouth.
Yeah.
You were just as scared. I was looking at you. You should have seen Daddy. He was going to rip the armrest off the chair. She's like yelling this. And now it's making my little one even more scared. And I'm like, no. I'm just stretching out my back. You're stretching out. You're stretching out with the plane shaking. Blah, 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 blah. So now my wife is pissed at me because she knows my kids saw me freaking out. And that's not fair because she knows I'm not a great flyer. So this starts to become a discussion between my wife and I walking off the plane. And she goes, you could have reacted better. And I said, to be fair, you thought something was seriously wrong too.
Okay.
You want to know what my wife said to me?
What?
You want to know what my wife said? She was watching a movie on her phone, right? And she goes, no, I wasn't scared. In the moment of the turbulence, this is a quote. In the moment of the turbulence, the movie got really sad, and that's what I reacted to.
Oh, bad timing.
Yeah, it was 4 minutes of sad movie that she was reacting to when everything was happening. My wife is upset with me that I wasn't strong enough during my biggest fear coming to fruition in front of our children. And that's not fair.
You got to put up a good front.
Oh,
I mean, your kid's going to know when you're scared, right?
My
I
kid
think
knows
even if you tried your best to hide it or reacted a different way, I feel like your kids can still tell when you're worried.
Au contraire. Okay, worried maybe. I think there's a difference between worried and scared because it's my job as a dad to worry. My kids know I worry about everything, right? It's that fear in your parents that you remember when you were a kid, right? Like, I mean, everybody listening, you can remember the first time you saw your dad scared. Scared.
But you weren't just scared for your family. You're also scared for yourself. It's a little different.
I'll be straight up. I'll be straight up with you. I wasn't even factoring in my family. I was scared solely for me because there's nothing in that moment I can do to save my family.
There's nothing you can do.
I'm worried about me.
Right.
I don't want to die on this airplane.
Right.
You could do something worse, which is what my dad did when we were in a very similar situation as a kid, to the point where, like, the luggage was coming out of the top of the thing.
Wait, out of the overhead?
Yeah, because, like, the landing was, like, going, like, sideways. My dad started laughing at me because I was nervous and going to throw up.
But I feel like that's a better way to do it than what I did.
Yeah, I guess when you land, it could be kind of funny.
Okay.
But like when you're a kid and you think like your life is ending and your dad's sitting there laughing at you.
Okay.
Well, if he's laughing, then
scared.
you should be. I kind of agree with that.
I don't know, but it may have been his nerves too taking over, and that's just how he handled it. But because I remember my brother was sitting with my mom, I was sitting with my dad, and that was his reaction when it was getting rocky, was to laugh.
But you don't think that's better than seeing your dad actually scared?
I don't know, but he's also laughing at me.
Well,
but your dad also
scared.
kind of looks like a pilot. He does. Like if you look at your standard pilot, the older pilots.
Was he gonna jump in and take over the plane?
But he kind of looks like a pilot. Like if you put a uniform on that guy, he looks like TWA in the 70s.
Yeah,
with that mustache.
No, he's bringing it up. He's right,
Like he could do pilot porn.
252 WCMF. I was on a flight home from New York yesterday. It was the worst flight I've ever been on in my life. 4 minutes of just intense up and down and back and forth that came out of nowhere. The plane was shaking. I'm not a good flyer to begin with. My wife is very good about calming me when things happen like that. I look at her in my moment of need when everything's happening, like reassure me, and she looks horrified too. I don't even look at my kids. They're on the plane. So my wife is upset because both of my girls, when we were getting our bags, go, I never want to fly again. And she blamed me for that.
Right.
She said, your reaction was that reason. And it got to one of those arguments too, Tommy, where like it just wouldn't stop, and I wasn't going to let her have the last word, and she wasn't going to let me have the last word because she goes, well, you could have handled yourself better. Like, what would you have said if we were going down? And I go, I would have looked at you and said, we could have driven. Those would have been the last words you heard on earth was we could have driven. And she goes, well, if the plane went down, at least we would have all gone together.
By the way, what does that mean? I never got that.
I know.
We all plummeted to the earth together.
Okay, so
thank God.
That's the thing. When she said, at least we all would have gone down together, what I should have said was nothing.
Yeah.
But what I did say,
what did you say?
Was, well, here's the thing. I mean, you do understand the lasagnas I'd have missed out on if it was just me left on the ground, right? I mean, think of all the homemade lasagnas from all the friends and family and Gates, right?
Yes.
And God forbid, obviously. God
you would have
forbid.
had so much ziti.
God forbid. But, I don't know. Like, I think that sometimes, and I don't want to blame women for this because, like, mothers, friends, professionals, you also have expectations of having to look tough. Because, like, if my wife was on that plane without me, I'm sure she would have felt the same need to try and look tough for my girls there, right? But you're allowed to be scared of things.
Yes.
And if it's the biggest fear you have.
Well, I think everybody has some fear of this.
I love how you're playing it off all cool. Like, I know if you were right next to me, you'd,
I'm
lived a terrible life.
I'm very good with turbulence.
I'm going to burn in hell.
A couple of things. I'm not bad with. What's that?
I was going to say, you'd probably be sleeping through it.
Well, I drink.
Yeah.
And I don't have survivor guilt.
Okay.
Like, if I'm the only one that walks off the plane.
Why do you think you're going to be the one to survive?
But if I did. If I did, because we were talking about, like, if you live.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't suffer survivor guilt.
Okay.
I don't think.
Okay.
I'm like, God damn, I'm lucky.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Jeremy, not our normal Jeremy. It's a new Jeremy.
Less smug.
We'll find out. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man. What do you got?
Similar story. Several years ago, we were flying into Miami. It was my wife and I was in the and then there was this Latino gentleman next to me. So we're coming in for landing, starting to descend, and all of a sudden the plane's bucking, just like you're describing. And my wife just death grips my knee. So I just start kind of smiling, and I'm not really laughing like, Kimmy's father. I was just kind of smiling, and, I had this smirk on my face. And it got worse. And the Latino gentleman grabbed my knee, too. And he looks at me, and he sees me smiling, and he looks at me like, what are you, crazy? What are you, white devil? And so we got off the plane, landed fine. He is almost running away from me up the jetway, looking back like I'm nuts.
Okay. I mean, I guess to that point, you never know how you're going to react to the moment you think you're going to die until you're in that actual moment.
Yeah, true.
Right? So, like, short of, like, grabbing my genitals, I don't think I'm going to blame a guy for it. And even in that moment, if he's gentle, whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
Jeremy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Can I ask a question? Mm-hmm. What was the purpose of knowing that guy was Latino?
I think because he had a very romantic touch.
Okay.
Like a Latin lover.
Like, we could have got that story out without the word Latino at all. What is it with people of a certain
I guess he
age?
was kind of painting the flavor of flying into Miami with an actual Latino gentleman next to me.
What is it with people of a certain age where they have to tell you the ethnicity of everybody in the story?
That's my parents.
Latino gentleman. Like, I'm waiting to hear, like, something stereotypically Latino that would have to know about the story. And no, he was just
I'm flying with Latin Larry.
252 WCMF. Let's take one more call. Lori, you got the last word on CMF. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
I think the best lesson here for your girls is that you were scared, but you overcame it, and you didn't let flying get in the way, and you faced your fears.
Oh, no, but here's the problem, Lori. That's not true. Because I had no choice but to continue flying that plane.
But they don't know that, right?
If the pilot was like,
well, no, I'm saying, like, to get on the plane in the first place.
No, but here, if that flight had happened on the way to New York, Lori, I'd have rented a car and driven us home. And if the pilot, after that turbulence, had got on to be like, we're going to let the gentleman in 11A decide if we're going to land the plane right now. I'll get on a train. I'll get in a car. I'm going home. So, Lori, they learned nothing. They learned nothing from me being a giant sky coward.
I don't think so.
Okay, thank you, Lori. I appreciate it. I'm telling you what I was feeling, Lori. There was a Polish guy next to me. He saw the whole thing.
Why does it have to be Polish?
He had a very gentle Polish touch. One of the worst Phil Collins songs of all time. Seem to have a Polish touch. Yeah, not the song. Let's take a break. What if I told you,
Tell me.
if you waited in line this weekend at this event, you'd have gotten in for free?
Oh, great.
I mean, there were people that paid ahead of time that walked right in, but they had to pay.
Yeah.
Now, it's a big mistake here. Kimmy, you saw this story. Are you someone that would? I'll tell you, we'll get into it. It's just funny what the actual amount was.
Yeah.
People saved.
Because people are upset that these folks got in for free. We'll get into the story next here at the break room on 96.5 WC. in to pay quick, wait for free.
Oh.
That's a situation that showed up by accident over the weekend at the biggest event in the state of New York going on right now. And it has some people upset.
Yeah.
Even though when you find out how much money they were charged,
Yeah.
you may want to let this one go.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, just a little while away from where they won.
Oh, boy.
Get those brains ready to roll. We got a star to give away. Could it be you?
I think it could be me.
No, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to everybody else. Shut up. Brings out the worst in everybody, and we do it every week. Where are they whining? Coming up just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So was this weekend the kickoff of the New York State Fair?
Yeah, the butter's done.
No, it was last
They
week.
did make the butter sculpture announcement last week, I believe.
Yeah, it's gotta
so
be
I don't know when what actually kicks it off.
Tribute to agriculture, I believe is what it is. Something like that. Anywho, over the weekend, some New York State fairgoers got a very pleasant surprise.
What happened?
On Saturday, the ticketing system that they use at the State Fair had a nationwide outage. So they decided people who didn't buy tickets online ahead of time could just come in for free.
Okay.
Now, some of these people had been waiting for a decent amount of time to get in while they were trying to square this away, but eventually they were like, okay,
All right.
Just wanted to get everybody in there.
you got it. But the people who spent the money up front did not get a refund on their tickets to the New York State Fair, and that has caused some friction. There are folks who paid the money ahead of time, did what the state asks people to do,
I did my due diligence.
that are saying they deserve a refund because why are you rewarding people for waiting last minute? Okay. Are any of you aware what it costs to get into the New York State Fair?
I would guess the State Fair can't be more than $15.
$15 is your
I was going to say 10.
$10. It's $8 a ticket to the New York State Fair.
$8?
$8 a ticket.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Okay. Well, I mean, family of four costs $32. So I mean,
Where else can you do anything with a family of four for $32?
well, the argument is once you get inside, you got to spend more money to do
True.
stuff. The
It's
rides
just to
aren't
get
free.
in.
The games aren't free.
Right.
The concerts are free. You can also go look at the butter for free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plenty of butter to look at.
Milk costs $0.25. Tommy, would you wait for free or get instant access for $32?
I'm paying the $32.
So you're just walking right in on
Yeah.
$32.
And I'm not asking for my money back. I'm not going to sit there and waste more time, arguing over $8 a head.
All right, now to put it in perspective, from a time versus money perspective, half an hour of waiting, that would be $64 an hour for the other people. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, yeah,
$32 to half an hour. That's quality union overtime wages,
Oh, it is.
right? You would not say no to a job that paid you $64 an hour,
Right.
but you would say, I'll pay $32 to get in a half an hour earlier than
Let's
everybody
just do
else.
this. Because who wants to wait in a
think
line?
Wait,
What?
$32 to skip the line
I know.
to the New York State
Think,
Fair.
like
Yeah.
when you say it like that, you really would?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm there, I can just go in.
Yeah.
I'm
but
just going
well,
in.
You can go in after you pay $32 essentially.
Yeah. But that's for 4 people.
Yeah.
Let's say it's just my wife and I.
Okay, still $16.
I'm not going to,
Okay.
$16. If I ain't got $16, you don't deserve to look at the butter.
It's not if you have it or not. It's how you want to
It's the
spend
first
it.
Yeah,
principle.
it's the fact that you could have it for free potentially.
I mean, $16
I mean,
is...
you know how far people or how far out of the way people will go to get something for free.
I know. But you're not really getting much for free.
It's even $16, $32, depending
Okay.
on how many people you have with you.
You know, like how I spend money on unnecessary luxury
What? Since when?
since I bought these shoes. So, like, I love valet parking. Like, I know I could park for free, but if
But
I
you
could,
also love valet parking and like the most convenient parking lots that exist.
Like, you'll pay to valet your car...
at the mall.
At the mall.
and at the airport.
There are literally... What? It's the stupidest thing.
What?
You don't find more parking
I
spots
know.
in the world than in the mall and the airport.
But when it's cold,
Oh, my God.
and they bring my car back around, it's already brushed off and the heat's on. That's worth $5 or $10 to
No,
me.
we've had this
That's like a
discussion.
luxury.
We've had this discussion, and it's not about the comfort for you. It's about trying to look like a big shot. There is no need to valet park your car anywhere in Rochester.
Listen,
New York.
when I step out, I'm rolling large. Know that.
Here's $5, a large $5.
And look how much it gets you. It's the best bang for your buck.
No, it saves you 10 feet of walking in the snow.
Bro, 10 feet. At the airport, I got to go into that crap-ass awning. It probably already leaks. God knows it was $45 million that I threw it up in no time.
No, you bring up another point. Every part of the airport to get into the parking garage is covered. You are not exposed to the elements from the sky one time, and you're paying for
I don't
valet
have to
parking.
schlep my luggage.
Okay.
And by the way, It's $8 to not wait. What if I got to stand in line for all that time?
Half an hour.
It's half an hour sucks, especially when there's like fun stuff to do.
Okay. You have nothing to do
Yeah, I was gonna
all
say-
day, every day.
And I want to get to it.
I can understand not wanting to wait in line because your kid's getting patient.
Right.
They just want to be in there. But I'm thinking like if it's just you or you and your significant other, your wife's making you wait.
I know. And it burns me, man.
252 WCMF. Again, New York State fairgoers waiting in line on Saturday got a surprise. The ticketing system they use had a nationwide outage, so they decided to let the people in line just in for free. Come on in, free all day.
Look at
That's
that.
cool. However, the people that bought tickets ahead of time online were charged the $8 per person, and some folks are complaining they want a refund.
Why
want my
should I
$8.
be punished for doing my research ahead of time
that's what you
and
sound
being
like, yeah.
prepared?
A lot of people from Minnesota that day.
But she's right. You look like that. You look like such a chintz.
You kind of make a valid point, though. Look, I would not complain, but
Yeah,
I
but
can't
would you
argue
let
with-
it ruin your day? Because it
And
would.
yes, you're right.
No,
Yeah,
again,
because then the whole time you're thinking, well, where do I go to complain? They're not going to give me what I want. I don't want this voucher for free, a free pretzel. You know what I mean?
Whoa,
And that becomes the
hold on,
whole.
hold on, hold
And
on,
that becomes the whole conversation all day walking around the park.
Yeah.
I would gladly take a free pretzel.
I mean, I would too, but person who wants a refund is not taking free pretzel.
No, I mean, look, I'm not going to complain. You're right. I'm not going to go find a thing. I'm not going to be upset. But they make a valid argument. They make a valid argument that I am paying for this thing. I did what you asked me to do by getting my tickets ahead of time, and now I am being punished for
You're
it.
not being punished.
You are being punished.
You were getting the value of your $8. You were getting everything you anticipated when you got there.
I'm sorry. Well, these crumb bums, they didn't do what you asked. Now they're getting rewarded because they are getting rewarded.
And they just showed up at the right time.
Exactly. That's a reward.
And you didn't.
That's a reward.
Sucker.
You're a New York State sucker. Sucker. Kimmy, are you waiting the 30 minutes to save the money, or are you paying the $32 to get
I've
in?
been patient. I'm probably paying to get in.
Wait, you just lit him up for saying he would pay the
Yeah, I
$32.
And she ain't got it. And she gonna pay.
Yeah, I think I would justify it just by saying like it's time spent because I guess you also don't know how long you're going to be waiting in that line.
Okay, good point.
Like if
point.
it's not moving and I'm just sitting there getting impatient.
Okay. Now, by the way, I do want to say something because you brought up, Kimmy ain't got the money. We reference all the time on this show that Kimmy's busted.
Yeah.
She makes the least amount of us on the show. Yeah. Yesterday we were running best ofs because I was in New York.
Yeah.
A guy named Pete, he tweeted at us. He said, "Duffy, Pat, that was I don't know what we were talking about." He said, "Pat, that was a bit of a dick move, telling on the air that Kimmy has the lowest salary on the show. Fact or not, you owe her an
Welcome to the show.
Well, Pete's looking out for you. Pete's a sensitive guy, and he likes you.
It's very nice.
Okay.
Pete.
Does it bother you? I kind of thought we all...
I kind of am used to it at this point.
Oh, don't do that.
Well,
There's
no.
a difference between
No, I'm just
yes
saying.
or no or I'm used to
I
it.
can't even remember if it ever bothered me or not.
But you brought it up.
No.
That was such a wife answer, by the way. Does it bother you? I'm used to it. That's not an answer to the question. The answer is yes or no. I'm used to it. Oh, my God.
I don't even notice when you do it
You
anymore.
work so hard. You do everything for everybody. You make the least. We know.
And we
It's
argue
terrible.
that she should not be making them.
Right. We're pulling for you, kiddo.
No, I've actually done that. Have you?
Oh, yeah. And by the way, that goes nowhere.
So no.
Oh,
so
Pat
the answer
Duffy's
is
here.
no.
He says,
I know.
Kimmy needs more money. Get out of my office.
So the answer is no. He says, oh, you don't even know where that office is that you're referring
It's up
to.
there.
Where?
In that general and boss money area.
General and
Boss
Bossman
money.
Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time.
Oh, yeah.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's got herself a post from the Neighborhood app. You sent it to her, and we appreciate it. She's got street names and town references she's removed, and she's going to read it out loud. And we're going to listen. We're going to figure out where they want it.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you want to guarantee your spot, you call us right now.
Do it.
Right now. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Where they whine and happens next on CMF. Okay.
What's up?
So there's things we know about the last couple of weeks from Where They Whinin'. And if you play Where They Whinin' on a regular basis here, it's important to follow the trends because that can give us clues on how to win. One of us, for the last month, every week, has mercilessly made fun of the winner.
You and I.
You and I, and sometimes it's me alone, sometimes it's you alone, sometimes we go in together. But we will crush them.
Yeah, like
crush
more than other guesses. It's very strange.
So maybe we're in a little bit of a whine and funk, and we should go against our best instincts this morning.
What are we going to do?
Well, I mean, whatever you think the answer would be, do the opposite.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got our folks on hold, rating and raring to go. When we get through them, we'll have some space for you at 252-WCMF, 252-9263. And if you've never played the game before, here's how it works.
Okay.
Kimmy's got a post on the neighborhood app that you guys have sent her. We appreciate that. To remove street names, town references, any little thing that'll give it away. However, there are still clues in there, Tommy.
Yeah.
And when you listen,
You have to listen.
to Kimmy and Kimmy only,
Yeah.
you will hear those clues. And because everyone listening knows every stereotype about every town, village, neighborhood in the greater Rochester area, we're going to figure out where they whining, and we're going to do it like now. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. It's
Kimmy,
gonna
are
be
you ready?
flawless.
I think so.
This is going to be flawless.
No, I just do the opposite of what
Right,
your
right,
instincts
It's going to be great.
So be smart, funny, and charming. Kimmy, let's do it.
Guys, I'm at a loss for words. For the third week in a row, my son's friends have cleaned out our pantry within 24 hours of our weekly shopping trip.
Shut up.
$250 down the drain after one sleepover. I'm about ready to put a padlock on the fridge. What are other parents' policies on letting your child's friends help themselves to your food? I don't want to be the parent that makes rules for that kind of stuff and hurt my kid's social life. Yet there has to be some way to control these 12-year-old locusts.
Sounds like the Bible.
We've done up to 3 shopping trips a week just to keep food in the house this summer. I've talked to other parents, and I think that I think they're in denial. They said they are more than happy to provide food to all their kids' friends. They are lying to themselves. Don't get me wrong. I don't want these kids to be hungry while they're in my home, but the boldness of opening the pantry whenever they want is a bit rude, in my opinion. They don't even ask permission first. I hope I taught my son better than that, but maybe he's picking up some bad habits around these hungry hippos. LOL.
Well, it wasn't. I mean, you didn't need
That was
the
a great
LOL.
game.
Well, it was, but that was way overselling hungry hippos joke.
I
Be better, what I think is lady.
I promise I'm not some cheapskate, but it really has had a huge impact on our already expensive grocery bills. They cleaned out a Costco-sized container of ranch the other day. I need help implementing a new pantry policy without being that parent. It would help if other parents did the same.
Okay. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Before we get to the guest, this person is absolutely right. If you implement a policy of no sharing food, you will be the dick of the neighborhood. And you don't want to be that.
That's true.
So there needs to be a solution. But we're not looking for a solution here. We're looking for where this post is coming from.
Right.
Tommy, what are you hearing?
So my first vibe was West Side,
Oh, yeah?
but I said no.
Why is that?
I was getting an East Side vibe.
Wait, you got an East Side vibe?
I was getting a privileged pudgies coming over and wiping out the joint. 'Cause this woman had an air of East Side too.
No, but like the money on the East Side would prevent her from complaining about the
They
price of the
still
groceries.
bitch. I don't care how much money you got.
Okay.
You bitch and bitch. Rich people bitch because they don't think they're rich.
Okay, fine.
Put that on a shirt.
It's like a poem. You did a
I know.
poem and didn't even know it. So where are you thinking then?
Well, I'm trying to think where in the East Side are the pudgy privileged.
You live on the East Side. You tell me.
Well, there's many East Sides.
There's many East Side. No, there's one East Side. There's many towns on the
Yeah,
East
but
Side.
where are the pudgies?
Oh, my God. I'm asking where the Pudgy's at. Hey, where the Pudgy's at?
They pudging in Penfield.
I don't think they have. Bro, these are growing boys. Like, these aren't.
Penfield's got growing
No,
boys.
I understand.
I drive
I'm saying-
through. I see growing boys all over.
Okay.
I even roll down the window. Hello, growing
Penfield's
boys.
got growing boys.
Where are you pudging?
Pardon me, boy. Where you
Pardon me,
pudging today?
Yes, sir. Do you have any candy?
Look, man, you have this image in your head of like a bunch of like fat kids running around like I
Not
was when I was
fat,
13.
pudgy.
No, they're not pudgy, bro.
She
Any
did call them
kid-
hungry hippos.
God's
LOL.
sakes.
Thank you.
LOL. No, man. Like I was in decent. No, okay, not me.
You were beyond pudge, bro.
You put down a kid that plays sports, no matter what shape they're in, at 16 years old, they will eat you out of house and home,
These
whatever
are
it is.
12-year-old boys.
Okay.
They ain't the linebackers yet.
All right, look, I know I said I was going to go against my best.
And teenage bodies change so quickly. From 12 to 17. You could be a pudgy 12-year-old and be a jacked 17-year-old.
Can we stop talking about teenagers?
I mean, these boys grow. They add muscle to their young bodies.
Okay, so I know I said I was going to go against my best instinct,
Yeah.
but I think you messed up.
You think I mess up every week and I had 3 stars?
No, this.
And I'm usually close on every other
No, you
pick.
think everything's close because everything's a 15-minute drive in Rochester.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Broadport's a Pittsburgh. Be there in 15 minutes. Take 5:31. No, this does have West Side on it.
It kind of did. It kind of did.
No, it does. This is a West Side thing, and I feel this person's pain because it also has a lot of kids running around together in the neighborhood, which I don't know how often that happens when you have violin and golf camp on the same day on the east side.
So you're saying this is West Side Chintz?
I don't know if it's chins because this
it's
person.
chins.
No, but this person's making a valid point.
Yeah, but she's even put like dollar amounts on her Costco bill.
But it's also that's a good significant amount of money in Costco, so I don't think it's like the. Damn it!
All the ranch is gone.
Where do they eat ranch the most?
Where they ranching?
Where are they ranching?
Where's my Hidden Valley boys?
Put that in a T-shirt.
That's
and
a
go right to
gang.
jail.
We're the
All
Hidden
right.
Valley boys.
All right. I'm going again. I'm going against my rule. I'm going against my rule.
What are you doing?
The Hidden Valley Boys
Where they
are
at?
whining in Greece.
All right. Of course, you're taking the biggest
Because
spot.
look, I'm thinking it's one of those nicer Grecian neighborhoods.
Yeah, the one.
No, shut up.
Like there's multiple nice neighborhoods.
No, I have a vision in my head of like one of those nice kitchens with like a Sub-Zero refrigerator and like an island in the middle of
You're
it.
talking millionaire style.
No. I mean-
Sub-Zero.
Okay, I don't know. I just meant like the metal one.
That's the highest one they
Okay,
make.
not like
Double door.
Shut up. They whine in Greece. This
All
is
right.
a nicer Greece neighborhood, but this is a West Side letter. All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. There is one rule and one rule only.
What's that?
You get one guess. If you are on hold and you hear someone say the name of the town you were going to say, you got 2 options.
What do
Either
I
one,
do?
hang up the phone and try again next week. We will not be mad at you.
All right.
Or pick another town.
Ooh.
If we pick up the phone and you go, I was going to say, you've been disqualified, and the commissioner has all last sayings. Are we ready?
I'm ready.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's kick it off with Danny. Danny, where are they whining, buddy?
They're whining in Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
I just have a gut feeling that it's Irondequoit. I don't know. I know a couple people in Irondequoit, and they both like to eat. So,
They enjoy food.
Shut up, Dan.
They are food enthusiasts.
For them to survive, they need to continue putting food in their
They're
mouths.
very food forward.
yeah.
Danny,
And,
how old are you, buddy?
I'm 30.
All right, 30 years old.
I don't see a lot of young kids like family.
They have 2 high schools, you idiot.
Yeah, but I thought they were shutting down.
No.
They were
what?
both going to be coffee shops.
No. Well,
And then they decided they couldn't make coffee shops
why is that?
because the wives make the coffee for the husbands.
Okay. Danny, you were going to say I cut you off. I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, it's fine. If it's okay with the Commissioner Kimmy, could I just give my star to Tommy today?
I mean, I guess you could do whatever you want with your star, Danny.
But he's not.
Thank
gonna,
you, Danny.
He's not going to win it. You can't. Oh, you going to take a charity star? You bitch
Tommy,
ass.
congratulations on your star, buddy.
By Dan. Oh, by the way, he's saying by taking this, he's saying that your pick sucked and you're stupid.
I'm still going to take the
It
star.
did suck because I'm from
Dan-
Penfield.
Danny, oh wait, Danny, are you one of the chubby boys from Penfield?
The Hidden Valley
Pudgies.
boys.
No, I'm a twig.
Are you okay, Danny?
Would you call them the Penfield Pudgies?
Penfield Pudgy?
Or the Hidden Valley boys. Drinking all the ranch dressing.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cody. Cody, where they whining, buddy?
They whining in Henrietta.
Why Henrietta?
Oh, I can hear Kimmy on the phone in the background. Nice.
Yeah, sorry.
They whining
sometimes
in
that happens.
Henrietta because they have to be somewhere kind of in the vicinity of a Costco.
Okay, but
And we
bro,
have one.
Bro, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Hold on.
Now, and they're also talking about how much ranch the kids are going through. Lots and lots of wing shops in Henrietta.
Nobody eats ranch with wings. We're going to get into that argument in Rochester, New York.
I mean, I'm thinking like as a kid, I dipped everything in ranch. Whatever snack I could find needed a dipping sauce for some reason.
I used to eat it barehanded.
We're talking about kids here. Now, obviously, the Rochester culture, folks like yourselves, like myself, we eat blue cheese all the way.
So they ranch it on the Jeff.
Shut up.
I mean, I've never really seen a lot of kids that like blue cheese. Usually kids start with ranch.
It is a gateway dressing.
Cody, we got
drug.
Cody, we got you for Henrietta, buddy.
I got a boy in college. He's all the way up to Gorgonzola. They call themselves the Gorgonzola guys.
The Gorgonzola gang?
But they spell guys with a Z.
He makes a good point. He makes a really good point.
That it could be Henrietta and Jeff.
Only because of like the location. Like there's two towns that.
And people drive to Costco.
No,
so I mean, if you're,
I understand, but there's other big box stores that are on the west side.
Yeah.
Like
So
right?
you're saying because it's Costco's, that's the clue.
Yeah, maybe because there's two towns that bump right up to that Costco. Because I don't think this is. I'm not gonna say it.
Careful.
But those two towns bump right up there. I mean, West Side has BJ's. Like, I mean, unless
when your mom's there. Oh, there's a lot of red dressing on that lady. Hidden Valley Boys been lighted up at noon.
Shut up.
I thought we were talking about kids.
You don't have to say that part.
I love how you think everybody listening just totally forgets what we were talking about, you idiot. 252
There's alumni to the boys. You guys have moved on. Became the Gorgonzola guys.
All right, Pete, where are they whited, buddy?
I'm going Webster.
Why Webster?
Because I usually go west side, and I decided to go east side.
It is the grease of the east.
Up.
The grease of the east? No, it
Webster
is
is
actually.
the
Webster is the grease of the
Yeah,
east.
it is.
Yeah, it is. So, Pete, you're taking what
It's
we
the
were
grease of
going to
the
do.
east, and I got Wait, go ahead. Hidden Valley boy.
We were first of all, blue cheese. I'm a blue cheese boy all the way. Second of all, you're taking our plan from earlier of going against your best judgment to see if you can pull it off this week.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going for the 4-star, and I'm going to go ahead, Tommy.
All right.
Okay, great, Pete. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. 252 WCMF. We have derailed. 252-9263. Let's talk to Barbara. Barbara, where are they whining, buddy?
I like that Costco geographic feel, and people forget there's a town that people think it's 12 corners, but it extends all the way over to the river, Brighton.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the two towns I was saying. There's two towns that diddle.
And who says it's got to be hidden?
No!
Yes.
Yep.
No!
Yep.
No!
She nailed it.
No!
You stepped in it.
I just said
That was one of the towns I said.
No!
That's what you just said. That's what you just said. Everybody, wait, what'd you pick again?
What's that?
Look who controls the
I
list.
totally forgot. What did he pick? Oh,
Yes,
Greece.
no,
Greece is back on the board,
stop.
everybody.
Oh, yeah.
I would like to
Bro,
protest.
you're out.
I would
Greece
like to
is
protest.
You did
back
it. You
on
did
the
it.
board.
No.
You did it exactly how you tell people not to do
Yes,
it.
yes, you did. Yes, you did.
That was like a textbook of how to get booted from the game.
No!
I will
You
replay
duffed
you.
yourself.
Yes, yes, you did.
I had said there were two towns that
Yep, and then you go,
move
oh,
up
that
to-
was one of the towns. You said it.
She caught it, man.
Disqualification for waiting to do this, you
And by the way, you wrote these rules.
No, I didn't. Kimmy wrote these rules.
You wrote the rules.
I play the game and I wrote the rules. Then why don't I do better, stupid?
Because you're stupider. Her.
Got that?
Oh God.
This is horse crap.
Go ahead, enjoy your Kraft 7 Cs.
Boo.
Well, you're no longer a Hidden Valley boy.
Bye.
You got booted.
Greece is up for grabs.
Shut up.
Right.
Shut up.
That's a big one too. That's like betting a field.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's get a lady in here since everybody else
All right.
sucks. Before Kimmy gets a reread, let's talk to Ellen. Ellen, you're on CMF. How's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good, Ellen. What you got?
Go ahead, honey.
Ellen, go ahead.
Pittsburgh.
Pittsford? Why Pittsford?
Because those 12-year-old boys love to eat a lot out there.
What? So wait, what do you mean? What's the difference between 12-year-old boys in Pittsford versus other places?
That's where my son was, and he was a sports boy, and they ate a ton at 12-year-old.
Okay, but like Tommy says, he doesn't think these are sports boys. He thinks they're pudgy boys, is what he said. Was your son a pudgy boy?
No, not at all.
No, not a pudgy boy. All right. Ellen, what was his favorite snack when he was a kid?
The next one.
Chicken Hot Pockets at 12 years old.
Chicken hot. All right, you're gonna tell me he was eating chicken hot pockets by the hands and he wasn't a pudgy boy, Ellen? I don't want to say bad about your son. He seems like a big boy.
No,
or a nice boy.
there were always those kids though that just ate everything and they couldn't put on any weight.
Yeah, they just burn it off.
Yeah.
At 12 years old, he gained 7 inches. So yeah, he was not pudgy.
Okay, Ellen, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. By the way, I'd like to congratulate you for not going for the joke that I could see in your face. We were talking about the 12-year-old.
I can't say that joke.
252
That's where he draws the line.
Kimmy, can we get a reread on this completely bogus, ass, backwards, stupid, not going to count in the record books where they won?
Guys, I'm at a loss for words. For the 3rd week in a row, my son's friends have cleaned out our pantry within 24 hours of our weekly shopping trip. $250 down the drain after one sleepover. I'm about ready to put a padlock on the fridge. What are other parents' policies on letting your child's friends help themselves to your food? I don't want to be the parent that makes rules for that kind of stuff and hurt my kid's social life. Yet there has to be some way to control these 12-year-old locusts. We've done up to 3 shopping trips a week just to keep food in the house this summer. I've talked to other parents and I think they're in denial. They said that they are more than happy to provide food to all their kids' friends. They're lying to themselves. Don't get me wrong, I don't want these kids to be hungry while they're in my home, but the boldness of opening the pantry whenever they want is a bit rude, in my opinion. They don't even ask permission first. I hope I taught my son better than that, but maybe he's picking up some bad habits around these hungry hippos. LOL. I promise I'm not some cheapskate, but it really has had a huge impact on our already expensive grocery bills. They cleaned out a Costco-sized container of ranch the other day. I need help implementing a new pantry policy without being that parent. It would help if other parents did the same.
252 WCMF 252-9263. I've taken the time for Kimmy to reread to get more mad about what she did because it is obvious I should not have been disqualified, but I will observe the rules of this crooked game.
All right. Go ahead.
Tommy's got Penfield. I picked Greece, but was disqualified because Kimmy was just looking for reasons.
So Greece is back on the board.
Greece is on the board. Danny is at Irondequoit. Cody is in Henrietta due to location. Pete is in Webster because he went against his best judgment, thinking this was a West Side thing.
The Greece of the East.
Barber is at Brighton. Ellen is in Pittsburgh because she had a skinny boy that loved eating Hot Pockets hand by hand. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Chris. Chris, where they whining, buddy?
I'm going to say Victor.
Why Victor?
Just because there's a lot of sports out there, and then.
Oh yeah, no, I heard Victor's one of those, one of the last towns that hasn't banned sports
or dancing.
Chris, you there? I think we lost you.
Is still available.
Well, come on, Chris. Let's not say things we can't take back. You animal, you. Chris, where you live?
The town that you got disqualified from.
Damn. All right, Chris, we got you for Victor. Have a good rest of the day. I am on a mission to wipe out as many people as possible.
Look out, everybody. Stay vigilant.
If I'm going down, I'm taking all of you bastards with me.
You're the only one biting them.
252. I didn't do it.
I did.
Shut up. I will physically assault you. I swear to God.
I used to work with a stutterer.
252 WCMF. Yeah, not like I don't. Every single.
That's not stutter. That's called drunk mouth.
You just stuttered on the word stutter. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Christine. Christine, where are they whining?
Greece.
Smart girl.
What is she, a velociraptor? Go ahead, Christine.
Greece.
Go. You taking Greece?
I'm taking Greece.
Because you're the worst person ever?
No, because I won with it last time, and now you screwed up, so I want to try to win again.
See, Christine, you call the show pretty often, and I can never figure out why, someone like you would have the time until the last couple of weeks when I realized that everyone in your life must hate you, which gives you a lot of free time to call this show.
Taking a lot of shots, Christine.
Don't be bitter because you broke the rules.
I didn't. You heard it. I didn't. And by the way, that's not even the town you wanted.
Yes, you did.
But you say she had another pick?
No, of course she had another pick because she called up. I was getting disqualified, so I'm sure she had something else.
No, she'd have another pick.
Nope, I did not because I was gonna say that in the beginning.
I hate Christine. Christine, I'm hanging up on you. Goodbye,
She's
Christine.
greased to the bone, baby.
That's what I heard. 252 WCMF. All right, let's rip
That
through
was
some.
definitely the kid that flipped the game board when he wasn't winning anymore.
No, I flipped the game board when I was unjustly disqualified for Monopoly. 252 WCMF. Let's rip through some. Marty, where are they whining?
I'm going to take a shot in the dark and say Honeoye Falls.
Shut up, Marty. Why
If
Honeoye
you didn't
Falls?
hate me enough, Guppy.
Why Honeoye Falls?
I've done an Instacart delivery out in Honeoye Falls, and it was from Costco, so that's why I'm saying Honeoye Falls.
Got them farm boys out there.
Oh, yeah, they eat.
Big old.
Yeah.
It's literal Hidden Valley Ranch on the ranch, Tommy.
Wow.
Marty, we got you for Honeyway Falls. Thanks, buddy. 252 WCMF. All right, I'm going to let you. We're going to take one more, and then we're going to go to Ben.
Right.
You're going to make the call on the name.
All right.
Do we want a Bob or do we want a Luke?
Oh, we don't get many Lukes.
Have we had a Luke?
Oh, let's go, Luke.
Could this be our first ever Luke?
Could be.
All right, 252 WCMF. Luke, where are they whining, buddy?
Hilton.
Hilton? Why Hilton?
We wasted it.
Yeah.
Luke. You're Luke the Fluke.
Huh?
Boo. Yeah, you are I had an idea of what Luke would sound like, and you sound like a drip, man.
No, you're a dud.
Big expectations.
This guy's a dud.
A dud? Yeah, I'm going to pick Hilton, though.
Why Hilton?
Because it sounds like someone whining like a soccer mom type deal.
Okay.
No, Hilton.
Yeah, they got that new thing.
What do they call it?
Where they ban soccer in every town except for Hilton. Luke.
He's going to win.
He's
Luke,
we're
picking on
Pat's
him too much.
bitter. He's
picking on
lashing
Luke.
out. Don't let him hurt you over your name.
Luke sucks.
No,
Luke's
Luke's going to win because we're
personality.
picking on him.
Everybody hates Luke. Luke, and I mean this with all due
with
respect.
I'm with it.
See,
We're picking on him too much.
Okay, you think it's Hilton?
It could possibly be a situation.
Yes!
What?
Yes! I'm taking you all down with me.
You said it might be.
Yes!
What?
I didn't say what might be.
You let him do that to you.
Luke's back. Luke's back. I
hold
love
on.
Luke. Luke's awesome.
I did not.
I'm disappointed
Luke,
in
thanks,
you.
buddy.
I did not say what
I'm so disappointed in you.
Yes.
Well, stick
You
around.
walked right into that trap.
Yes.
You saw his
suck so
shirt.
much.
I
You
didn't
said
say
we are kindred
anything.
spirits.
I said nothing.
He lured you in.
What if I get the star and I don't get it?
No, you don't get a star because you've been disqualified. That's how
Because
this
my
works.
pick was pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, not anymore. I think your pick. So that means Penfield is back on the board for our last guesser, 252 WCMF. Both of the men in the room have been disqualified. It is. I would like to read you a tweet before we get to bed.
What do they say?
This tweet comes in from
I picked the guy.
Jared Cooper in all caps. It's pandemonium on where they whine. Ben's got the last word. Ben, where they whining, buddy?
Oh, my name is Ben Coffee, and I'm going to be a little bitch because I disqualified myself. I'm going to preferably flip over the game card because I'm a little bitch.
Hey,
I'm
Ben.
going for Fairport.
Fairport, you said?
Yeah, Fairport, because you got all the sports dorks there that are going to absolutely decimate their mom's pantry.
Glad you went with pantry.
And that Hot Pocket.
Yeah. Also, they could be just using Costco size as just a descriptor because they could also be a BJ's, which is south of there.
Why wouldn't they say
Or
BJ's
north
then,
of
Ben?
there.
Why wouldn't they say BJ's then, Ben?
I don't know, because Costco's super popular
Hey,
now.
Ben,
That's
what
all I'm
grocery store
saying.
do you shop at?
Tops or the cheapest one, because I'm broke.
Okay, no, I got it. But do you ever go to Tops, get in the car, and go, I'm going to Wegmans, see you later? No, you say, I'm going to Tops.
Going to the store is what I say.
Okay, shut up, Ben. Ben, great call. Have a good rest of the day. There is no hope in this room.
Yeah.
We're already dead.
All right.
So help me God.
Yeah.
Oh, you better not have done what I think you've done. Because I had an inkling as soon as she disqualified me, there was a reason.
No.
No, you broke the rules, fair and square.
Well, you did.
Let's recap one more time.
And you're also gloating over the fact that I also got booted.
Well, yeah, but you got booted rightfully.
Yeah, but you did that on purpose, and you tripped right before the finish line.
He's never come close to a finish line in his life except for death. Tommy chose Penfield, disqualified himself. I chose Greece. I was unrightfully disqualified. Danny's in a round of coin. Cody's and Henrietta due to location. Pete's and Webster going against his best judgment to try and win. Barber is in Brighton. Ellen's in Pittsford because her 12-year-old son used to like the Hot Pockets. Chris is in Victor because they got a lot of sports out there.
Oh,
Victor.
yeah.
Christine is in Greece because she's the worst person that's ever lived. Marty's in Honeyway Falls because one time he delivered an Instacart order out there. Luke, the most boring Luke on the planet, is in Hilton, but he also tripped up Tommy, so we love Luke now. Ben's in Fairport. He's going to the store.
Yeah.
Shut up. Kimmy, if you're about to do what I think you're going to do, oh, your mic's off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kimmy from the radio.
Sure, you can disqualify me.
Oh, this is bad.
Do it.
This is bad.
If you so help me God. So help me God.
Webster! Hilton! You're making me laugh now.
Where? Do it. Don't you dare do it.
I do have to say, you guys did it again.
We mocked the winner.
Because the Hidden Ranch boys, they whining in Hilton.
No! Luke. Okay, no, I'm okay.
So that's Luke, right?
Yeah, that is Luke. Congratulations, Luke. Shut up. Okay.
So we did it again.
Yes, that's fine. That's
Crapped all over it. You even give a reason why.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. But Luke got Tommy also disqualified. So it's
he's
hard.
cool, Luke.
You don't get a star for that, by the way.
You gonna do that reference?
Do I get an assistant?
No.
An assistant?
An assist.
Hey, with 2 goals and 3 assistants tonight. Really hard watching him skate up and down the ice with all those men attached to him.
No stars for purposely disqualifying somebody. But you do get a star, Luke, for winning.
Luke, congratulations, buddy. And I would once again like to thank you for setting me up to disqualify Tommy so we were all in the same pirate ship. Also, I'd like to point out, Dan, you chose a run.
What is this, an acceptance speech?
What's that?
What are you doing, your acceptance speech now?
What are you gonna do?
Why I got disqualified?
It was unjust. I thought Kimmy knew that Greece was the winner because she had it in front of her and was looking for
Well, you know,
reasons
she
to
has
disqualify me.
she gives you that jive face.
What's a jive face?
The one she used on her honeymoon.
Wait, bro, be respectful. She went on a honeymoon with one of the Hidden Valley Ranch boys. You know.
It's true.
Okay. All right, let's take a break. You don't like used.
No.
Which is weird.
Anti-used.
Like it used to be you have to go to the thrift store or garage sale to find it.
Mhm.
Now you can walk up straight up in these stores and get this stuff.
Wait, they're selling used?
Very new popular thing. Very popular new thing. We'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. It used to be you bought used at a thrift shop, a garage sale.
A junk store.
And you went to the store to buy new stuff.
Yeah, you're buying junk.
That is changing.
Right.
Because this company is trying a new idea, but it's not a new idea because other companies are already doing this as we speak.
How does this work?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. You're familiar with IKEA furniture?
Yeah. That's the high-end Swedish stuff.
Yeah, so we don't have one around here. We thought we were getting one in Henrietta. Turns out we weren't.
That worked out for us.
The company is launching a new website where you can buy pre-owned IKEA furniture from IKEA.
So stuff people return?
Kind of. It's not actually from IKEA, but it's an IKEA website. It's a peer-to-peer marketplace, much like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, but it's run by IKEA. And if you sell your used IKEA furniture, you can either get paid in cash from that person, or you can get an IKEA credit worth 15% more than what that person wants to charge you.
Okay.
You interested in buying used from the store that sold it to someone else in the first place?
I mean, if I'm busted and like a kid, I guess it would work. But I don't want like other people's furniture in my house, man.
I mean, if it's still in good shape, what's the difference?
It's old. And it's kind of cheap furniture to begin with. That's kind of the hook of IKEA is it's not high-end furniture. It's like snap-together bed.
That is what's strange about IKEA doing this, right? Like if this was like, you're right, some like high-end furniture company, this would make sense.
Yeah, it's not an antique.
I don't get, but IKEA, I mean, there is a cult of IKEA where there are people even in Rochester that don't have an IKEA around here that will travel and their entire house is IKEA.
But I always thought it was people just starting out. I didn't think like people my age went to IKEA for furniture.
Could you sound more old when you say IKEA?
But everybody...
IKEA. Them Italians went to IKEA. They saw the Hidden Valley Ranch boys.
But there are people who just love a deal, right? And maybe they feel like they're. I mean, they have they have furniture, but they also have accessories for your rooms too, like lamps, stuff like that. So,
but it's not built to last stuff. That's kind of the hook of this thing. That's why they sell so much of it.
Unless something's changed, because I've never had anything from IKEA. I don't know how.
But
this works.
I mean, it's not. I always think of it as kind of like it looks trendy, but it's flimsy.
Have you had IKEA furniture?
No, but I've seen it.
So I know that
I've been to Toronto.
I know that's what it was initially, but maybe they knew that was the reputation, so they tried to make it a little nicer. I don't know. I've honestly haven't been inside an IKEA in 15 years.
So
I have no idea.
I'm sorry. It turns out that IKEA is not the first company to do this. In fact, there are other companies that are doing it straight up through their businesses. Two companies I'm aware of, Nike now has what's called the refurbished sneaker program.
Yeah.
So if you go to a Nike outlet, you can buy sneakers that they bought back and have refurbished and right there. And
But people have worn them.
Yes, but they went
rank ass sneaker.
Nike went in and cleaned them and did all that stuff.
That's gross. Ugh.
That's actually there's a huge market for
Used
that.
shoes.
Like people restoring old shoes to as original as they can make them.
And Nike noticed this and they jumped on it. So most Nike stores right now, Nike outlets, you can go and buy the refurbished shoes. Another company that I'm aware of, Lululemon, the high-end clothing
that's
company.
yoga wear.
Yeah. They buy back. So
your yoga pants? If
you get a tear in them, they'll repair it for you.
No, but you've also been working out in there.
Oh, it goes further than that. Yeah.
What? I mean, that cotton panel has got to be shot. They replacing that thing?
Here's your problem.
That thing's got to look like a landing strip.
They will repair it, Kimmy.
Yeah.
They will also let you trade in your old Lululemon clothes, and they'll give you like a percentage off towards whatever the new stuff is.
Yeah.
And they have a website now where they will.
I will say I've seen somebody try to argue this before, and they weren't taking it back, so it may not work for everybody. It may depend on what condition your clothes are in.
Lululemon has a website where you can buy used Lululemon. And the argument from that company is once they make something, they don't make it again. Like they'll do a run of it. So like.
That style's gone.
Yeah, you can only buy that style.
Oh, man, people sweating, working out.
What do you want from me, man? People are buying it. I mean,
I think it goes beyond workout wear. Like I think some people wear it as like, just everyday clothing.
Well, either way, man, you're grinding in it all day.
Grinding in it
Your
all day.
crotch grinds when you walk, man.
Maybe you should go see like a doctor about that.
About what?
If your crotch is grinding.
yeah.
If you're grinding and working all day, stress gets into the groin. It gets into your crotch.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you sweat and you ooze stress out your crotch.
Look, the secondhand market, no matter what we're talking
The
about,
second
is
crotch market.
it's very hot right now. We know how popular thrift
Much
stores
like the
are.
yoga pants were 2 days ago at that spin class.
Kimmy, we know how popular flea markets are.
Yes.
We know how popular thrift stores are.
Yeah.
How are we not getting?
Also,
how are lice not making a comeback? What are they waiting on?
Also, you have stores like Once Upon a Child, which is consignment for kids' clothes. You have stores like Plato's Closet, which is consignment for like trendy clothes. Like they're all very popular. My kids love Plato's Closet. You walk into Plato's Closet on a Saturday, it is just jam-packed with any kids from like 10 years old all the way up to grown-ass people buying shoes, clothes, jackets, hats,
all used.
All that stuff, yeah. And they'll buy it back from you, and then they'll sell it again to somebody else. And I mean, look, as a parent that is buying kids for my clothes, whose bodies are constant different shapes every couple months. Yeah, man, this is great.
All right.
You look less on my kids? You look at my kids less because they were wearing
No,
used
they're one of the
clothing?
good ones.
Oh.
They're frugal.
It's weird how you put that.
What?
One of the good ones.
They're good kids.
Yeah.
I don't mean it like that. I mean
Like what?
kids in general.
No, I'm
all the
no, you
child
said
of the
frugal.
world.
Why'd you say it like that, though?
Children.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next on CMF. It's going to be Rabberoo.
Audio Tuesday Rabberoozy.
For a Tuesday Break Room CMF that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's hate day, baby.
That's right. Hate mail of the week coming at you. There was someone, in fact, okay, let me try this again.
Go ahead.
Someone very upset with you.
Me.
About a take you had about one of the funniest, not funny stories we've ever had on the show.
But not funny, but it turned out to be funny?
No, not funny, but you made it funny in your
I
head.
made a joke.
No. It was funny, despite the fact that it wasn't funny.
Okay.
I
got
not
you.
blame
We
Tommy
all
for
agreed
this.
on that.
Yes. Well, because it involves a man shooting his neighbor for that neighbor allegedly trying to help his girlfriend.
Yes.
But the man who pulled the trigger and is in jail 40 years to life for it had a nickname.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it was. That's
All right.
what it
Now,
was.
by the way, the victim is alive. But your take was that this man getting shot over helping a woman was a stupid thing to do. You shouldn't help people if you think that you're going to get hurt.
Right, mind your business.
That set a lot of people off.
Really?
We will read you this letter. And this man wants to talk about honor and what makes you honorable. And he says you are not an honorable man.
I think we've well established that already, but okay.
Okay. So we will get into that and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's just throwing out disqualifications like they're candy to everybody.
The rules apply to everybody, Pat. Everybody.
For Tommy Muley, must have a landing strip on it. All you Hidden Valley Ranch boys, watch out. Tommy's on the lookout for you. Pardon me, boy. Nope. My name's Pat Tucker. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.